Hello everyone, welcome back. It's the storyteller here to guide you into a peaceful sleep. Before we get started, please like this video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I'm curious, where are you tuning in from and what time is it there? Drop your answers in the comments below. Now, make yourself comfortable and let's unwind together. Luna had always been different from the other owls in the forest. While they soared confidently through the trees, hooting and calling to one another, she stayed close to the shadows. Her feathers, soft and grey like the mist that rolled through. The forest in the early mornings blended easily with the underbrush, and Luna preferred it that way. She was small, reserved, and timid, and she had never felt the need to stand out. In fact, she was often content just to remain unnoticed, hidden beneath the canopy of thick leaves and ancient branches. But it wasn't her quiet nature that made Luna different. It was her shadow. Every owl had one, of course. Shadows were a part of them, like wings or feathers. They followed every movement, mimicking the owl's every glide and swoop. But Luna's shadow was not like the others. From the moment she was born, it moved with an independence that unsettled her. It never behaved like a regular shadow should. While Luna sat still on a branch, her shadow often danced and flickered, stretching unnaturally long or curling into twisted shapes that didn't match her own position. Sometimes it would dart off, as if eager to explore places Luna had never even thought about, only to return as though nothing had happened. For a while, Luna tried to ignore it, telling herself it was just some oddity of her being. But as she grew older, she realized that her shadow didn't just move on its own. It showed her things. Not always, but sometimes it would stretch out on the ground and show her glimpses of things that hadn't happened yet. Little flashes, like dreams that could be touched and seen with her eyes wide open. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the trees, Luna perched on her favorite branch, deep in thought. Her feathers ruffled softly in the evening breeze, and the air carried the scent of wet earth and pine. Her shadow was unusually still, but as Luna turned her head to watch the moonrise, it began to twitch. At first, she thought it was just a trick of the light, but then it started to shift, pulling itself across the bark of the tree and stretching far beyond her own reach. Luna's breath caught in her chest. Her shadow flickered again, and for a moment, the flicker was so vivid, so real that Luna saw something through it. A vision. The trees, her beloved forest, were burning. The flames roared like a wild animal, curling around the trunks of the great pines, licking up the air in hungry tendrils of orange and red. The smoke billowed so thickly that it swallowed the sky, turning it into an infernal black. Luna's heart raced in her chest as she watched helplessly, the image so clear in her mind that she could almost hear the crackling of firewood and feel the heat on her feathers. And then, as quickly as it came, it was gone. The shadow was still again, curling against the ground like a regular, unremarkable shadow. Luna blinked, disoriented, her head spinning with confusion. Had she really seen that? Or was it just some trick of her mind, a hallucination caused by the fading light? Her wings trembled, and for the first time Luna felt a shiver of unease. She looked around, hoping the other animals had noticed something, anything, but the forest was still. The only sound was the wind in the trees and the distant hoots of other owls. Maybe she was imagining things. Maybe the forest wasn't in danger at all. But the image of the fire, the crackling flames, the smoke, the devastation stayed with her. Her shadow had shown it to her, as clear as if it had already happened. Luna shook her head, trying to push the thought away. Perhaps it was just a fluke, a random vision that meant nothing. But the unease lingered. Something wasn't right. She couldn't shake the feeling that what she had seen was no mere illusion. As the night deepened, Luna sat quietly on her branch, her eyes wide, unable to look away from the shadow at her feet. For the first time in her life, she wondered if perhaps her shadow held more than just a reflection of who she was. Cliffhanger. Luna's eyes flicked to the horizon. In the distance, she thought she saw a flicker of light, just the smallest hint of flame. She blinked, and it was gone. But in the back of her mind, something told her it wasn't just her imagination. The fire was coming, and it was only a matter of time before her shadow showed her more. The following days were filled with tension, though Luna couldn't quite explain why. The forest felt different somehow, as if it had become too still, as though it were waiting for something to happen. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, but there was an undertone, a faint, acrid tang that Luna couldn't place. It reminded her of the vision, of smoke, of burning wood. But Luna didn't speak of it. No, she kept the images to herself, even as her shadow began to move again. Showing flashes of the same devastation, Luna could not bring herself to tell anyone. What if they laughed at her? What if they thought she was losing her mind? She already felt out of place, so different from the other owls, who swooped and soared with confidence. They didn't have strange shadows that danced and flickered, showing glimpses of terrible things. Luna tried to ignore the visions, hoping they would fade with the passing days, but they grew stronger, more persistent. Each night, as she perched on her branch, the shadow would stretch out, twisting in ways that didn't make sense. It would show her the fire again, clearer and closer each time. Sometimes the flames were just a distant threat on the horizon. Other times they were so close that Luna could almost feel the heat searing her feathers. The more she saw, the more terrified she became. But she still couldn't bring herself to speak up. One evening, when the moon was full and the sky was a deep indigo, Luna finally decided to warn the others. She couldn't keep it to herself any longer, especially with the visions becoming more intense. But when she approached a group of elder owls perched in their usual spot near the hollowed tree, she hesitated. They were talking in low voices, and Luna's presence was barely acknowledged. It was as if she didn't even exist to them, just a small, quiet owl who kept to the shadows. Her stomach tightened. She wasn't sure how to begin, or if they would even believe her. But she had to try. "Excuse me," Luna began, her voice shaking. The elder owls paused, their eyes flicking toward her with faint amusement. "Yes, Luna?" one of them asked, their tone more indifferent than curious. Luna took a deep breath. "I've seen something strange, a fire. The forest, it burns. I saw it in my shadow, it's coming." The elder owls exchanged a look, a soft hoot of laughter escaping one of them. "Luna, dear," another one said kindly, but dismissively. "Shadows don't show the future. They're just shadows, nothing more." "But," Luna started, her words trailing off. How could she explain something so inexplicable? How could she make them understand? She looked down at her feet, where her shadow lay perfectly still, as if mocking her. "You've got a very vivid imagination," the first owl said, her eyes twinkling with condescension. "It's probably nothing. You should get some rest. We all feel a bit uneasy at times, especially with the moon so full and bright." She fluffed her feathers as though to dismiss Luna's concerns. Luna's heart sank. It was just as she feared. No one believed her. They thought she was just a silly, scared little owl, afraid of nothing. She wasn't like the others. She wasn't strong. I'm sorry," Luna whispered, turning to leave. She felt the weight of their laughter on her feathers, the sting of rejection burning hotter than any fire ever could. She flew back to her branch, her wings heavy with the disappointment that threatened to overwhelm her. Her shadow followed her, silent. But Luna knew that it had seen everything, felt everything, just as she had. It was all there in its twisted movements, in its warnings. But there was no one who could help her. The rest of the night passed uneventfully, but Luna could not sleep. Her mind was too full of the images of fire, of the desperate heat and smoke, of the terrible, suffocating feeling she had in her chest. If no one would listen to her, what was she supposed to do? At dawn, she flew across the forest, searching for any sign, any clue that might validate her vision. She came to a clearing where the sun filtered through the trees in a patchwork of light and shadow. The air was quiet, the birdsong distant and soft. As Luna perched on a low branch, her shadow began to flicker again. This time, the shadow danced differently. It stretched long, like the flickering flames of a distant fire, and Luna could feel the heat even though the air around her was cool. The vision was clearer now, closer, more real. She could almost hear the crackling of the flames, smell the acrid scent of burning wood. The fire was coming. The forest would burn, and no one believed her. Cliffhanger. Luna's shadow moved one. Last time, its shape contorting into a horrifying image, the fire consuming everything in its path, and in the center of it, a dark figure, her own silhouette, alone. As the flames surrounded her, Luna's heart pounded in her chest. Was it a warning or a sign that she would be the one left behind? Luna couldn't shake the vision. She spent the rest of the day in a daze, her mind replaying the image of the fire, the figure in the center. Her heart beat erratically, as if it had already begun to burn in anticipation of something inevitable. Every flicker of movement, every rustle in the wind, seemed to carry the weight of impending doom. And though she tried to dismiss it as just her overactive imagination, deep down, Luna knew the fire was real. It was all she could think about: the smoke, the flames, the dark figure. With each passing hour, the unease in her chest grew heavier. The forest around her was silent, the usual hum of activity, squirrels chattering, deer grazing, birds singing, seemed strangely muted. Even the trees, ancient and wise, stood still, as if they too were waiting for something. But Luna wasn't sure what that something was. She couldn't bear to stay in her branch any longer, nor could she ignore the gnawing feeling that her vision was more than just a bad dream. It had to be a warning. If the others wouldn't listen, she would have to find answers on her own. That night, Luna flew farther than she ever had before, venturing into parts of the forest she had only heard of, in whispered stories, places where no owl dared go. These were the parts of the woods that the elders spoke of in hushed tones, places too old, too strange to understand. Yet, if she was going to find any truth about the fire, she had to seek answers from those who lived in the deepest shadows of the forest. Her first stop was the Cave of Whispers, an ancient hollowed-out rock that was said to house the spirits of the old ones, those who had passed long ago but still lingered, guarding their secrets. It was a place many avoided, but Luna felt a strange pull toward it, as if something within its darkened walls could help her understand the visions that tormented her. The air grew colder as she approached the cave, and a sense of unease settled into her feathers. Her shadow stretched unnaturally long, almost as if it too feared what lay ahead. But Luna couldn't turn back, not now. Inside the cave, the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient stone. The walls were etched with symbols Luna didn't understand, swirling patterns that seemed to shift when she wasn't looking directly at them. The faint sound of whispers filled the air, like a distant wind carrying voices from the past. Luna's heart pounded as she moved deeper into the darkness. "Hello?" she called softly, her voice echoing off the walls. "Is anyone here?" For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, from the deepest part of the cave, an old, raspy voice answered, "You seek answers, little one." Luna froze. She recognized the voice. It belonged to the old owl sage, who was known to speak only in riddles. Sage had lived longer than any owl in the forest, and many believed she was one of the last to remember the ancient ways, the forgotten magic that had once protected the woods. I do, Luna said, trying to steady her trembling wings. I saw something. A fire. It's coming. I don't know what it means, but I need to understand. I need to know how to stop it. The shadows around her seemed to shift, and Luna felt an odd chill. A figure appeared from the darkness, tall and imposing, its eyes glowing faintly with the wisdom of ages. Sage, despite her age, was still a striking presence. Her feathers a mix of silvery white and grey, her wings spread wide as though she were a guardian of something far greater than Luna could comprehend. Fire, Sage repeated, her voice distant, like a wind howling through the trees. Yes, the fire is coming. It has always been a part of the cycle. Luna blinked. A part of the cycle? What does that mean? The forest burns, little one, Sage said softly, her glowing eyes narrowing. But it does not always burn for destruction. Sometimes it burns to cleanse, to renew, to reset what has been broken. Luna's mind spun with confusion. But why now? Why is the fire coming now? Sage's gaze darkened. Because there is something within the forest that has been corrupted. Something old. Something forgotten. Luna felt a knot tighten in her chest. What is it? What's causing the fire? The old owl stepped closer, her wings folding around her as if she were guarding a secret. The fire is not just a force of nature. It is drawn to power, to emotion. It feeds on fear, grief, and guilt, and it is tied to you, Luna. Luna's breath caught in her throat. Tied to me? Sage nodded slowly. Yes. The shadow that moves with you. It is not merely a shadow. It is a reflection of your inner turmoil. The fire grows because your heart carries something heavy, something unresolved. It is waiting for you to acknowledge it. Luna felt a cold wave of panic wash over her. I don't understand. What do you mean? How do I stop it? The answers lie within you, Sage whispered, her voice barely audible over the rustling wind. Face your fear. Face what you've been running from. Only then will you be able to stop the fire. Before Luna could respond, Sage's figure began to fade into the shadows, her voice drifting off like a distant echo. Remember, Luna, the fire does not just destroy, it also heals. Cliffhanger. The cave grew colder, the whispers growing louder and more frantic. Luna's shadow flickered violently, its shape twisting unnaturally. The fire, it seemed, was not just an external threat. It was something inside her, a dark force she had to confront. But how could she face it if she didn't even understand what it was? Luna left the Cave of Whispers in a daze, her wings heavy with the weight of the old owl's words. The fire, it was tied to her. But how? What fear, what guilt had she been carrying without even realizing it? She had always felt different, shy, unsure and alone. But did that truly make her a vessel for something so destructive? The forest was silent as she flew through the night, the moonlight casting long, eerie shadows across the trees. Every rustle of leaves, every movement of the wind seemed to carry the whispers of Sage's warning. Luna's shadow stretched out, beneath her, flickering in the moonlight, as if it, too, was waiting for her to understand the truth. She landed on a familiar branch, but this time it felt foreign, isolating, as if the world around her was shifting in ways she could no longer follow. The branches above her trembled, the leaves whispering in a language she didn't understand. Luna's heart was heavy, her mind a tangled mess of confusion and fear. She wanted to trust Sage's words, to believe that facing whatever was inside her would stop the fire, but she didn't even know what she was running from. let alone how to confront it. The shadow at her feet flickered again, drawing her attention. She looked down, and for a moment she saw the dark figure, the same silhouette she had seen in the vision of the fire. It was her, or rather, it looked like her, but it was different. It was distorted, its edges blurred, as if it was a part of her that she couldn't quite grasp. Luna stared at it, the hairs on her neck standing on end. What is this? She thought, her mind racing. The shadow began to move again, shifting and twisting in the same way it always did when it showed her. A vision. This time Luna saw the fire more clearly, its orange and red flames licking at the sky, its heat radiating toward her. But there was something else, something darker among the flames. A shape, indistinct but unmistakably human-like. It was standing in the fire, surrounded by the inferno, and yet it wasn't burning. It was watching her, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. Luna's wings trembled. Is that me? She thought. But the figure in the flames wasn't her. It couldn't be. The figure in the fire was something else, something she couldn't fully comprehend. But she knew it had something to do with her, something in her past, some unspoken thing that had been buried deep inside her for far too long. Before she could make sense of it, the shadow surged forward, pulling her into the vision, with a force she couldn't resist. Luna gasped as the ground beneath her disappeared, and she found herself standing in the middle of the fire, just like the figure in her shadow. The flames licked at her feathers, but they didn't burn. The heat, though intense, didn't harm. It was like she had been swallowed by it, consumed but not destroyed. Luna stood there, her heart racing, her breath shallow. She looked around, searching for something to make sense of the overwhelming sensation of heat and fear. And then she saw it, the figure in front of her, watching her with piercing, glowing eyes. It was an owl, but not like any she had ever seen. Its wings were tattered, its feathers singed and ragged, as though it had been through a battle of its own. Its eyes, however, were the most striking part. They weren't like the eyes of any living owl. They were dark, empty pools that seemed to pull at her very soul. Luna took a step back, but the figure did not move. It simply stared at her, its presence suffocating, oppressive. "What are you?" Luna whispered, her voice trembling. The figure did not answer. Instead, it slowly raised its wing, revealing something Luna could never have prepared for. A dark, twisted mark was etched into the owl's chest, a scar that pulsed with an ominous energy. It looked like an ancient symbol, its lines jagged and uneven, as though it had been burned into the flesh. The fire around them crackled, the flames twisting and roaring louder. Luna felt the heat rising again, pressing in on her from all sides. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't escape, but she had to. "What is this?" she cried out, her voice desperate now. "What do you want from me?" The figure's glowing eyes finally shifted, locking onto hers. And then, with a voice that seemed to echo from the depths of the forest, it spoke. "You know what you've been hiding, Luna," the figure said, its voice chilling. "You've been running from it, but you cannot outrun what is a part of you." The flames around them began to intensify, swirling like a tornado, and Luna felt herself being pulled into the heart of the fire. Her wings flapped desperately, but it was no use. The fire was too strong, too relentless. The figure raised its wing again, and with it, the fire began to settle, the flames retreating just enough to reveal a path through the inferno. The path led straight toward the mark on the owl's chest, the symbol that pulsed with dark energy. "If you wish to end this," the figure continued, "you must face what lies beneath your wings. Only then will the fire stop. Only then will the forest be saved." Luna's heart pounded in her chest as the vision began to fade. She tried to reach out to the figure to ask more questions, but her wings felt heavy, as if the fire had drained. her of everything. And just before she could collapse into the flames, the vision shattered, and Luna found herself back on her branch, gasping for air. The fire, the mark, the figure. What does it mean? Cliffhanger. Luna's shadow stretched across the ground, but this time, it was not the flickering shape of a vision. It was solid, dark, and unyielding. As she looked down, she saw the same mark, the same symbol burned into the earth beneath her. It was real, and it was waiting for her to understand. The fire was not just a threat to the forest, it was a reflection of something inside her that had to be confronted. The night felt colder now, the wind carrying an unfamiliar chill as it whispered through the branches. Luna's wings trembled, not from the cold, but from something deeper. The mark in her shadow, burned into the earth beneath her, was more than just a symbol. It was a part of her, something she could no longer ignore. Luna stared at the dark mark, her thoughts racing. How could this be, she thought, her mind spinning. How could it be tied to me? The fire, the figure, the mark, it all pointed to something she had buried long ago. A memory, a feeling, a moment that she had pushed to the farthest corner of her mind, too painful to face. But now it had resurfaced, and with it, the looming threat of the fire. Luna took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. She had to understand. She had to confront it. The figure in her vision had been right. She couldn't outrun what was inside her. The fear, the guilt. It was all tied to this mark, this burning sensation in her chest that she had never allowed herself to acknowledge. It had been a long time since Luna had thought about it, since she had forced herself to forget. She had been just a fledgling, too young to understand the weight of what had happened. But now, the past was pulling at her, demanding to be recognized. Luna closed her eyes, and as the wind rustled around her, she allowed herself to remember. Had been the summer when everything had changed. Luna was still small, still learning the ways of the forest. Her mother had been a strong, proud owl, a protector of the forest, and Luna had always looked up to her. But there had been something in her mother's eyes that Luna never understood, something cold, distant. Luna had often felt alone, even in her mother's presence. One evening, just before dusk, Luna had followed her mother into the deepest part of the forest, a place where the trees grew so thick that even the sunlight struggled to reach the ground. It was a place that Luna had been warned to avoid, but her mother had told her that it was time for her to learn something important. Luna remembered the hollow, ancient tree where her mother had stopped. It was covered in strange markings, symbols that Luna couldn't read. Her mother had told her they were the markings of the first owls, the ones who had guarded the forest before them. But there was something about the way her mother spoke, something urgent, that made Luna uneasy. "We must do this together, Luna," her mother had said, her voice low and serious. "It is the only way to protect the forest." Luna didn't understand what her mother meant. She had been too young to understand the magic that ran through the forest, the ancient powers that were tied to the land. But as her mother placed her wings on the tree, something had stirred inside Luna. A pull, a call that she couldn't resist. Luna had stepped forward, feeling a strange warmth spreading through her wings, a sensation that both comforted and frightened her. And then everything had gone wrong. Her mother's wings had trembled, and the earth beneath them had begun to shake. A dark energy had erupted from the tree, swirling around them like a storm. Luna had been terrified, her heart pounding as she tried to retreat, but her mother's grip on her had been firm, unyielding. "You must stay with me, Luna," her mother had cried. "We are bound to this land, and if we are to protect it, we must embrace what is inside us." But Luna couldn't. She couldn't understand. The energy that had swirled around them had felt wrong, dark and overpowering. It had been a force she wasn't ready for. In the chaos that followed, Luna had broken free, pulling away from her mother's grasp. She had flown out of the forest, away from the power that had tried to consume them both. Luna opened her eyes, the memory lingering in her mind like a shadow. That was when the mark had first appeared. She had never understood what had happened that day, what the magic had been. But she had known deep down that something had been broken. The bond between her and her mother had been shattered in that moment, and Luna had fled, abandoning her to the forest. Now, years later, she could see it more clearly. The mark, the shadow, the fire, it all pointed to that moment. Her mother's death, the guilt Luna had carried ever since, had shaped her life in ways she couldn't escape. The fire that was coming, the one she had seen in her vision, it wasn't just a force of nature. It was the fire of her own unresolved pain. Luna's wings shuddered as the weight of the realization settled over her. The fire wasn't just a physical threat. It was a manifestation of her fear, her guilt, her abandonment. And it was growing stronger because she had never truly faced it. With a deep breath, Luna steeled herself. The time had come. She had to confront the truth of her past, no matter how painful it was. The figure in the fire had been right. To stop the fire from consuming everything, she had to face the guilt and fear that had haunted her for so long. But as Luna spread her wings and prepared to take flight, she heard a sound. A voice, soft and distant, calling her name. Luna. Her heart skipped a beat. She turned quickly, scanning the darkness, but there was no one in sight. Just the rustling of the leaves in the breeze. Luna. This time the voice was clearer, more urgent. It was coming from the direction of the Cave of Whispers. The air grew still, and Luna's heart began to race. It's her, Luna thought, a surge of dread flooding her chest. My mother. Without another thought, Luna took off, her wings cutting through the night air. The fire was not just an external force, it was inside her. But could she truly stop it? Could she truly face what she had buried all those years ago? Cliffhanger. Luna's shadow stretched ahead of her, longer and darker than it had ever been before. As she flew toward the Cave of Whispers, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for her there, something that would finally reveal the truth. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale silver glow across the forest as Luna sped through the night. The air felt dense, pressing in around her, as if the very atmosphere itself was aware of her resolve. The voice had called to her, unmistakable in its urgency. Her mother's voice. But how? Her mother had been gone for years, lost to the very same forest that now seemed to breathe with her every move. Luna's heart thudded in her chest, the rhythm of her wings beating in time with the growing panic. The deeper she flew into the forest, the more the shadows around her twisted. They were no longer just flickers or fleeting shapes. Now they seemed to stretch and pulse with life, pulling her toward the Cave of Whispers. The cave. That hollow, in the heart of the ancient woods where the oldest spirits lingered, their memories steeped in the very walls, where the magic of the forest ran the deepest, twisting reality and time like threads of fate. Luna had never truly understood its power, but she knew that her connection to it was stronger than she had ever realized. As she neared the entrance, the air thickened, laden with an unsettling, static charge. The trees on either side of her began to bend inward, as if the forest itself were closing in around her. Luna's wings beat faster, her muscles straining against the weight of the forest's pressure. She could feel the heat rising again, not from a distant fire, but from something within her, smoldering and threatening to erupt. She landed at the mouth of the cave, its entrance yawning like the mouth of a great beast, dark and silent. The voice had gone quiet now, but Luna could still hear the faint rustling of her own breath in the stillness, as if the cave was waiting for her to take the first step. Luna hesitated for a moment. Her wings felt heavy, like lead against her sides. She could still run, flee back to the safety of the branches, the comfort of the familiar trees, but she knew deep down that there was no escaping this. Not anymore. She stepped forward into the cave. The moment she crossed the threshold, a chill washed over her, creeping up her feathers and sinking deep into her bones. The walls of the cave were covered in ancient runes, glowing faintly with a light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with her heart. The air smelled of damp earth, moss, and something far older, something that hadn't stirred in the forest for generations. As Luna moved deeper into the cave, the shadows seemed to shift, coiling and twisting around her like living things. The further she went, the more intense the feeling became, as though the cave was not just a place of memory, but a living entity itself, its heartbeat echoing against the stone, guiding her forward. And then, in the very depths of the cave, she saw it. A figure standing tall and proud at the farthest end of the chamber, cloaked in the darkness of the cave's shadow. At first, Luna thought it was just another illusion, another figment of the overwhelming weight pressing on her mind. But as her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she saw it clearly. It was her mother. The sight of her mother sent a shock through Luna, a rush of emotions she hadn't prepared for. Her mother's wings were outstretched, her feathers ragged and singed, as though she had been through a battle. Her eyes, once warm and comforting, were now dark and distant, glowing with the same eerie light that Luna had seen in the figure in her vision. "Luna," the voice came again, softer this time, like a whisper in the wind. "You've finally come." Luna froze, a lump forming in her throat. "Mother?" Her voice barely broke the silence, shaky and uncertain. Her mother's form did not move, but her eyes never left Luna. "You have been running for so long, Luna. From me, from yourself. But you cannot hide from what you are, what we both are." Luna's heart raced. She stepped forward, her wings trembling, the weight of her mother's words sinking in. "What do you mean? What are we?" Her voice cracked as the question escaped her lips, the fear and confusion from years of silence rising up. The figure of her mother tilted her head, her eyes flickering with something ancient, something Luna had never seen before. "You carry the magic of the forest in your wings, Luna. It is a power that can heal and destroy, but it is also a curse. The fire you saw, it is a part of you. It is the consequence of your fear, your guilt, and it is bound to you." Luna stepped back, her heart pounding. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "I didn't. This isn't me." But her mother's form only smiled, a sad, knowing smile that sent a shiver down Luna's spine. "It is. You were meant to protect the forest, to be its guardian. But you fled, Luna. You left me, and you left your duty. The fire is the consequence of that abandonment. The shadow you carry is the key to stopping it. But only if you face what you've hidden from yourself." Luna's wings felt heavy, like chains around her body. "But how? How can I stop it if I don't even understand it?" Her mother's form shifted then, becoming clearer, her image less a shadow and more tangible. The glow in her eyes seemed to soften, as though the entity she had become was finally revealing the truth. "You must accept the mark, Luna. You must embrace what you feared. The fire will not stop until you do." A sudden gust of wind whistled through the cave, carrying with it the scent of smoke. Luna turned sharply, and for a moment, the darkness of the cave seemed to flicker, as though a light were trying to break through. But it was not the fire from the vision. It was something else, something darker, pulling at the edges of the cave, drawing closer. The cave trembled, the stones shifting and groaning as the pressure of the forest's magic grew unbearable. Luna's shadow stretched behind her, twisting and writhing, no longer just a reflection, but a living entity that pulled at the very core of her being. Her mother's voice rang out again, louder this time. "You cannot run anymore, Luna. The fire is inside you. You must face it or everything you love will burn." Luna took a deep, shaky breath, her wings trembling with the weight of the truth. It was her fear, her guilt, that had brought the fire. And now, it was time to face it. Cliffhanger. The ground beneath her began to crack, a fissure opening wide as the cave started to collapse. The air thickened with smoke, and in the distance, Luna could hear the sound of flames roaring closer. But before she could move, the shadows surged forward, engulfing her, and her mother's figure was swallowed by the darkness. "Face your past, Luna," the voice echoed, one final time. The ground shook beneath Luna's talons, the vibrations reverberating through her wings, as if the very bones of the earth were breaking apart. She could feel the heat rising, distant at first, but growing stronger, a burning presence that threatened to swallow her whole. The shadows surged toward her, wrapping around her like tendrils of smoke, and Luna's heart raced in her chest. She had to move, but her wings felt heavy, as though they were tethered to the ground by invisible chains. The smoke in the cave thickened, swirling around her in suffocating clouds, and the air grew so hot it burned her throat. Luna gasped, her breath shallow, her body trembling with a primal instinct to flee. Yet she remained rooted in place, the shadows pushing in closer. "No more running," she told herself, forcing the thought to steady her. "I must face it." Her eyes searched the cave, trying to pierce through the dark, trying to find the source of the fire that was growing stronger with every passing second. But it wasn't just a physical flame. It was something deeper, something tied to the very core of her being. She could feel it inside her, like an ember burning, waiting to ignite, and then she saw it. A figure emerged from the shadows, its form a blur at first, a distortion of light and dark. It moved slowly, deliberately, its presence a coldness that sent a jolt of terror through Luna's heart. As it stepped closer, the smoke parted, and the figure became clearer. It was her mother, but not the mother she had once known. This form was twisted, a shadow of the owl she remembered. Her feathers were singed and tattered, her wings spread wide in an unnatural stance. Her eyes glowed with a malevolent light, and her beak curled into a twisted smile. Luna froze, her breath caught in her throat. "Mother?" she whispered, barely able to form the words. Her mother's eyes locked with hers, and for a moment, Luna could see the faintest flicker of recognition behind them, as if the soul of the owl she had once known was still trapped in the body of this creature. "You're too late, Luna," the creature crooned, its voice echoing in the cave, distorted and hollow. "You cannot stop it now. The fire will consume you all." Luna's heart stuttered in her chest. What are you? What happened to you?" The creature's smile widened, its wings twitching as it stepped closer. "I was bound to this forest just as you were. We are part of it, Luna. But when you ran, when you left me, the forest, it changed. It twisted me into this thing, and now it has come for you." Luna's mind raced. This isn't real, this can't be real. But the shadows, the heat, the presence of the creature, it was too tangible. The fire she had seen in her vision was not just a physical force. It was alive, and it was tied to her mother, to the very thing Luna had run from all these years. "You were supposed to be its guardian, Luna," the creature said, its voice soft and almost pleading. "We were meant to protect this place together. But you abandoned me, and now You will suffer the consequences." Luna took a step back, her wings trembling. No, I didn't mean to abandon you. I was scared. I didn't understand what was happening. I didn't know how to protect the forest." Her voice shook with the weight of the confession, the guilt she had buried so deeply all these years. "I didn't know how to stop it." The creature's eyes narrowed, its head tilting slightly as it studied her. "You still don't understand, do you? The fire, the shadows, it's all a reflection of your own fears, your guilt. The forest cannot heal until you heal, Luna, until you face what you have been running from." Luna's heart clenched. "My guilt," she thought, her mind spiraling. "It's all tied to my past, to what I couldn't face, to her." The shadows surrounding her seemed to press in tighter, suffocating her. The fire, she could feel it now, its heat licking at her wings, crawling up her legs. The mark on the ground had started to glow again, burning brighter with each passing moment. Luna could feel the flames inside her, the embers of her fear, her grief, igniting. "I can't," Luna whispered, her voice barely audible. "I can't face it. I don't know how. You have no choice," the creature hissed, its voice rising. "You will face it, Luna, or the forest will burn." The temperature in the cave rose, and Luna felt the weight of the fire pushing in on her. She could no longer breathe without choking on the smoke. The walls around her seemed to pulse, as though they were alive with the flame's energy. She looked down at her wings, at the shadows that curled around them, reaching into the deepest parts of her soul. "I can't escape this, I have to face it." But how? Luna's mind screamed for answers. How do I stop this? And then, through the smoke and the rising heat, a thought pierced her consciousness, clear, sharp, and unmistakable. It wasn't just her mother, or the fire, or the shadows. It was her own heart, her own fear, her own guilt. The fire would never stop until she accepted the truth. Luna closed her eyes, taking a shaky breath. She could feel the weight of the years pressing down on her, the loneliness, the abandonment, the guilt she had carried all this time. It wasn't just about her mother or the forest. It was about her. "I have to forgive myself," Luna thought, her heart pounding in her chest. "I have to let go." The shadows seemed to recoil as she focused, gathering all her strength. She opened her eyes, feeling the fire burning inside her, but no longer with fear. She would not run anymore. She would face the truth, no matter how much. It hurt. With a deep breath, Luna raised her wings, standing tall in the face of the shadows, the fire, and the figure of her mother. She could feel the magic of the forest stirring within her, her connection to it, to the ancient power that flowed through her veins. Cliffhanger. And as the shadows lunged toward her, Luna closed her eyes and whispered the only words she could think of. "I'm sorry." And with that, the fire erupted. The flames erupted with a deafening roar, swallowing the cave in an instant. Luna felt a searing heat, an intense wave of fire that rushed through her wings and down her spine, burning and yet not destroying. She didn't scream. She couldn't. The fire wasn't like anything she had felt before. It was no longer just an external force. It was her, a part of her, coursing through her veins like a living thing, raging and wild. The shadows closed in around her, but this time, Luna didn't flinch. She held her ground, her wings spread wide, feeling the heat, feeling the pain, but also something more, something deeper. "I am the fire," she realized. "I am the forest's fire." The cave trembled again, but now the trembling wasn't just the forest's response to the flames. It was the awakening of something else, something that had been lying dormant for far too long. The walls of the cave cracked open, splitting like dried bark, revealing veins of glowing molten rock beneath. The fire was alive, alive with her. Luna closed her eyes, the sensation of the fire building inside her expanding, rushing toward the very core of her being. It was overwhelming, impossible to control. But then she felt it, the pulse of the forest's heart, the rhythm of the flames and shadows pulsing in sync with her own. It wasn't something to fear, it was part of her. She had always been a part of it. And now it was time to embrace that. This is what I was meant to be. The creature, her twisted mother, stood before her, no longer the distorted shadow it had been. Her figure flickered like a dying ember, and as the fire within Luna grew, the creature's form began to waver, its edges blurring. Luna's mother, the real one, was still there somewhere, beneath the smoke and the dark magic. Luna could feel her presence, faint but undeniable. "You see now," the creature said, its voice a low growl, tainted with both regret and malice. "You can never escape the fire. It is you, Luna. Always has been. You will burn just like me." Luna felt the burning truth of those words. She had been running from herself. But now she understood. The fire was not just a curse. It was her power, her gift, and her burden. It was what she was meant to wield, to control. The shadows around her writhed, but this time she welcomed them. She had spent so long hiding from them, from the truth of who she was, but now Luna stepped forward, her wings spread wide, and the fire flared up around her in a wave of scorching brilliance. The heat was unbearable, but she didn't falter. Her heart thrummed with the rhythm of the forest. The flames did not consume her. They were her strength. The creature's twisted smile faltered, and Luna could see the fear in its glowing eyes. "No! No, you cannot control it," the creature hissed, retreating from the heat. "You cannot control what you are." Luna's eyes locked onto her. "I'm not running anymore," she said, her voice steady, the fire within her resonating in her every word. "I won't be afraid of myself anymore." The shadows recoiled from her, shrinking back from the intensity of her power. Luna focused, pulling from the depths of her soul, and the fire responded. The walls of the cave began to glow brighter, the ancient runes pulsing as the fire spread through the stones. The temperature was unbearable, but Luna felt no pain. The magic in the cave had changed. It was no longer a dark force pulling at her. It was now a force of rebirth, of balance. The creature roared, a sound of pure rage, but Luna wasn't listening anymore. The truth had been revealed. Her shadow, the one she had feared for so long, was not just a reflection. It was a part of her soul, her strength, her future, her path forward. And now she understood. The shadow was not just the harbinger of doom, it was her guide, her ally. Her fear had kept her blind to it for so long. "I will save the forest," Luna said, her voice rising above the creature's angry screeches. "I will stop the fire, but first, I must stop you." The creature shrieked as Luna's fire surged forward, an inferno of light and heat that engulfed it, pushing it back into the shadows. It writhed, its form flickering like a candle flame in the wind, but Luna held her ground, refusing to let the dark magic take root again. The flames intensified, burning away the last of the creature's form. The shadows were finally broken, consumed by the fire that now raged within Luna. The cave trembled once more, and the air grew still, the oppressive weight of fear lifting as the last remnants of the darkness vanished. Luna's wings sagged with exhaustion, but she remained. Standing, her heart was racing, but it wasn't fear. It was the pulse of something new, something strong, something vital. The forest's fire no longer threatened her. It was part of her, and she had finally learned how to control it. Cliffhanger. The cave was silent. The shadows were gone. But as Luna took a breath, her heart still pounding, she felt a strange shift in the air. The flames began to fade, leaving a cold, eerie silence behind. And in that silence, she heard something she hadn't expected. Footsteps approaching. Someone or something was coming. Luna's wings drooped heavily at her sides, the weight of the fire and the effort to control it leaving her exhausted. Her chest heaved with each breath, but the air was suddenly cooler, the oppressive heat that had been choking the cave replaced by a stillness that sent shivers down her spine. The shadows had retreated, but an unsettling calm had replaced them, a silence that pressed in on her like a thick fog. She turned her head slowly, her sharp eyes scanning the cave's depths, the flickering remnants of the fire casting eerie shadows on the stone walls. The footsteps, distant at first, grew louder, each one reverberating through the hollow space. Someone was coming, and Luna's heart raced again, not out of fear, but from a deep, gut-wrenching recognition. It wasn't the creature, it wasn't her twisted mother. It was something older. The air shifted. Luna's feathers ruffled in a subtle but powerful current. She felt it before she saw it, the unmistakable presence of something ancient, something tied to the roots of the forest itself. The footsteps grew louder still, accompanied by a soft rustling sound, like leaves being brushed aside by an invisible hand. Luna swallowed hard, bracing herself. She had never been one for confrontation, had always hidden in the shadows even as the forest called to her. But now there was no running. Not from the shadows, not from the fire, and certainly not from the past. The figure emerged from the dark, and Luna's breath caught. It was an owl, but not like any she had seen before. This owl was massive, its wings spread wide, casting a shadow that seemed to stretch across the entire cave. Its feathers shimmered with an ethereal glow, a faint luminescence that illuminated the cavern with a soft, otherworldly light. Its eyes, golden and intense, locked onto Luna, and in that gaze, she saw not just recognition, but something else, something ancient, something familiar. "Luna," the owl said, its voice deep and resonant, reverberating through the very stone of the cave. "You've come far, child." Luna's heart skipped a beat. The voice, though unfamiliar, struck a chord deep within her, like the sound of a long-forgotten melody. There was wisdom in it, a kind of knowing that spoke to her very soul. She stepped forward, her legs trembling. "Who are you?" The owl's gaze softened and it tilted its head slightly. "I am the Guardian," it replied, "the one who has watched over this forest since the beginning. I have waited for you." Luna's mind raced. The Guardian? She had heard whispers of such a being, an ancient protector, a legend among the forest creatures. But never had she imagined that the Guardian would be an owl, let alone one so powerful. She had thought the stories were myths, passed down from generation to generation. But standing before her now, the Guardian was anything but mythical. It was real, and it was here in the flesh. "Waited for me?" Luna repeated, her voice barely a whisper. "Why?" The Guardian's eyes shone with an unspoken depth. "Because you are the one destined to restore balance to this forest. The fire that you feel burning inside you, the shadows you have battled, it is all part of a greater design, Luna. You are not just a part of the forest, you are the forest. And now, the forest calls for you to take your place." Luna took a step back, her wings fluttering slightly in confusion. "I don't understand. I'm not like you. I'm not a guardian. I'm just an owl. A scared, confused owl." Her voice broke, the weight of her words pressing on her chest. "I couldn't even protect my mother." The Guardian's gaze softened, further, and it took a step closer, its wings rustling like the wind through ancient trees. "No, Luna. You have always been more than you knew, and your fear, your grief, It is what has kept you from embracing your true nature. Luna felt a rush of conflicting emotions, her heart swelling with a strange mixture of hope and sorrow. She had spent so much of her life hiding from what she was, trying to bury her fears, her guilt, her failures. She had never believed that she could be anything more than the timid, broken owl she had once been. But now the Guardian was telling her she was part of something much larger, that her fears were not her weakness, but the very thing that could make her stronger. Luna's mind struggled to process the weight of the words, destined. The forest calls for me. She couldn't help but feel small in the face of such a vast responsibility. She had never asked for this, never wanted to be anything more than what she was, and yet the power inside her, the fire that had consumed the cave, the shadow that followed her. Was this her destiny? Before she could speak again, the Guardian's voice cut through her thoughts. It is time, Luna. You are ready to face what lies ahead. The fire you've felt, it is not just a danger, it is a test, a trial that will determine whether you can restore the balance that has been lost. But to do so, you must confront not only the flames outside, but the fire within. Your journey is far from over. Luna felt the weight of the Guardian's words settle heavily on her shoulders. There was no turning back now. She had already walked too far down this path, and whatever lay ahead, she would face it. Not just for the forest, but for herself. Cliffhanger. The time has come to face the source of the fire, Luna, the Guardian said, its voice like the rustling of leaves. And I will guide you. But remember, once you enter the heart of the flames, you cannot return the same. The ground beneath Luna trembled again, and she felt a surge of energy, of magic, flooding through her. The fire was calling to her, but this time, it wasn't the fire of destruction. It was the fire of transformation. And as she stepped forward, the very walls of the cave seemed to pulse with anticipation, as though the forest itself was holding its breath. The Guardian's wings spread wide, the light growing brighter as it prepared to lead her into the unknown. The air shifted once more, colder now, as Luna stepped closer to the Guardian. The pulse of energy around her grew stronger, as though the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something monumental to occur. Every inch of the cave felt alive, humming with ancient power, and Luna's wings fluttered with the same restless energy. She felt as though she had been transported to another world, one where time and space no longer made sense. The shadows were gone, but they were not forgotten. They lingered in the corners of her mind, a reminder of the darkness she had overcome, but more importantly, of the darkness yet to come. The Guardian's eyes glowed brighter, and its massive wings unfurled like a sweeping storm. We must go now, it said, its voice deep, reverberating in the cave like a distant thunderclap. The heart of the fire lies deep within the forest, where the flames are at their fiercest. That is where the balance was lost, and where you must restore it. Luna nodded, though doubt still clung to her heart. The fire she had fought so hard to control, the fire that had consumed the creature, was not gone. It still burned inside her, its heat seeping into her very bones, and the more she focused on it, the more she realized the true extent of its power. She was both its vessel and its prisoner. Can I really face this? Luna thought, the weight of the Guardian's words pressing down on her like a stone. Can I stop this fire? Or will it consume me like it consumed everything else? The Guardian stepped forward, its wings creating a wind that stirred the air in the cave, sending dust and ash swirling into the shadows. Luna followed, her wings lifting in rhythm with the Guardian's powerful strides, though she felt small next to it, insignificant even. The cavern stretched ahead, the walls lined with ancient runes glowing faintly in the dark. "You are stronger than you know, Luna," the Guardian said softly, sensing her hesitation. "The fire is a part of you, and you are a part of it. The only way to stop it is to confront what lies within. The source of the flame is tied to you, your shadow, your deepest fears, your greatest grief." Luna paused. The words struck her like a bolt of lightning. Her shadow, the one that had been both a gift and a curse, was tied to the very fire that had threatened the forest. It was no accident that it moved independently, no accident that it had shown her glimpses of a future filled with ruin. The shadow had always been more than just a reflection of her fears. It had been her guide, and now it was the key to everything. "I must face myself," Luna realized. "Face the darkness inside me." With that thought, the world around her seemed to shift again. The shadows on the walls twisted and morphed, becoming something more than just shapes. They stretched, twisting into forms she recognized, memories, moments, regrets, all the things she had tried to bury. The path ahead was no longer clear. The cave was gone. In its place stood a dense, twisting forest, the trees gnarled and ancient, their roots breaking through the earth like veins in a living body. The air was thick with smoke, the faint glow of distant flames flickering like stars in a blackened sky. The fire was here, and it had been here for a long time. Luna could feel its heat licking at her feathers, but it was different now. It was not just a force of destruction. It was something alive, something that had always been a part of the forest, part of her. "You're close," the Guardian murmured, its voice now barely a whisper, as though the forest itself was speaking. "The heart of the flames lies at the center of this forest. You must journey there, Luna. Only then will you be able to stop it." Luna stepped forward, the ground beneath her soft and damp, like a carpet of moss. She felt the fire drawing her in, tugging at her from all directions, urging her to move forward. The shadows of the forest grew longer and deeper, stretching like the fingers of some ancient unseen hand. As she walked, Luna could feel her heart pounding harder in her chest. The fire was close now. She could hear it crackling, smell the burning wood in the air, feel the oppressive weight of it pressing on her wings. The temperature was rising again, and Luna knew it wasn't just the forest burning, it was her. She could feel the fire stirring inside her, threatening to break free, to consume everything in its path. "Don't be afraid," the Guardian said, sensing her fear. "The fire will not harm you if you embrace it. It is part of you. Accept it." Luna didn't answer. She wasn't sure she was ready to accept the fire, ready to embrace the darkness that had followed her for so long. But she had no choice. This was her path. This was her destiny. The fire was both her trial and her salvation. She could no longer run from it. They continued through the forest, the trees growing thicker, the air growing hotter with each step. The fire was almost tangible now, crackling in the distance like the growl of a beast. Luna's heart quickened, but she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. Not now. The forest suddenly parted, and before her stood a clearing. In the center of the clearing, a massive tree stood, its trunk blackened and charred, but its roots still clinging to life. The flames that had ravaged the forest for so long were concentrated here, swirling around the tree like an inferno. But the tree itself was untouched by the flames. It burned, but it did not die. Luna stepped forward, drawn to it by an invisible force. Her wings twitched, and the fire inside her surged in response. She could feel it now, the heart of the fire. It was not a monster to be slain. It was not a curse to be vanquished. It was the forest's pulse, its life force, and it was tied to her very soul. Cliffhanger. As Luna approached the heart of the flames, the shadows that had followed her began to twist and writhe. They became something darker, something more tangible. Her shadow stretched before her, growing, shifting into a form that was no longer just her reflection. The creature, the one she had defeated, was back. And this time, it wasn't just an enemy. It was a part of her. The forest trembled as the shadow lunged forward, and Luna's heart skipped a beat. "Face it, Luna," the Guardian said, its voice filled with an eerie finality. "Face yourself." The forest seemed to hold its breath. The fire crackled at the edges of the clearing, its heat pulsing like the rhythm of a distant drumbeat. Luna's feathers stood on end as she gazed at the shifting shape of her shadow. It stretched unnaturally, long, twisting and warping into something that was both familiar and horrifying. She knew that shape. She had seen it in every corner of her mind, in every corner of her fear. It was her, but it wasn't. It was the part of her she had spent her life running from, the part that had been consumed by grief, by guilt, by the endless pull of darkness. The creature had returned. It had no eyes, only a face of swirling blackness that seemed to twist and ripple like smoke in a windless room. The shadows around it bled and stretched, folding in on themselves, as if the very air was drawn into its form. It was her shadow, but it was also the creature that had haunted her dreams, the one who had called the fire into existence. It was a reflection, a mirror of her deepest fears, and it was here to collect its due. Luna froze, her wings trembling as the shadow crept closer, inching forward with the slow, deliberate pace of something that knew it would not be stopped. Her heart hammered in her chest, each beat louder than the last, as the oppressive heat of the flames grew nearer. The Guardian stood behind her, its immense wings unfurled, but it said nothing. There were no words left to say. This was her fight, her battle to face. "You think you can defeat me?" the shadow whispered, its voice like 1,000 murmurs echoing in the depths of her mind. It was not a voice she had ever heard with her ears. It was a voice that resonated inside her, scraping against the walls of her soul. It was the voice of everything she had buried, the shame, the guilt, the fear of never being enough. "You think you can stop the fire by running from it?" The shadow's form twisted, and Luna saw flickers of her past, her mother's dying words, the destruction of the forest, the helplessness she had felt when the creature had first appeared. "The fire is you, Luna, and it will never go out until you accept it." Luna felt a chill creep up her spine. It was true. The fire had always been within her. She had thought it was something she could control, something she could push away, but it was part of her. It had always been. Her shadow, this darkness that had always followed her, was a reflection of that fire, a manifestation of everything she feared she would become. "You're wrong," Luna whispered, her voice shaky but growing stronger with each word. "I'm not afraid of you anymore. I'm not afraid of myself." The shadow laughed, a sound that reverberated like 1,000 hollow echoes. "You don't get it, Luna. You are me, and I am you." The words stung, more than she could have expected. It was as if the shadow had ripped open the deepest wounds inside her, exposing her vulnerabilities. It was true. Everything she had tried to run from, to hide, was a part of her. The fire, the shadow, the grief, they were not external forces. They were inside her, locked away in the corners of her heart. But Luna didn't recoil. Instead, she took a slow, steady breath, feeling the power of the fire surge through her veins once more. She could feel the heat rising, but this time, it wasn't a threat. It was an invitation. The fire wasn't a thing to be extinguished. It was a force to be embraced. The shadow took another step toward her, its form rippling as though the air itself was bending around it. "You're not strong enough to face me. You never were." But Luna didn't flinch. She was tired of being afraid. Tired of being the scared little owl who had spent her life running from her destiny. The Guardian had told her to embrace the fire, to accept it, and for the first time she understood. The fire didn't just destroy, it purified, it transformed. She didn't need to defeat the shadow, she needed to understand it. With a powerful flap of her wings, Luna took to the air, soaring up to meet the shadow face to face. The heat around her flared as she flew through the fire, her wings brushing against the flames. The fire didn't burn her. It warmed her, alive, with energy filling her with a sense of purpose she had never felt before. "You're wrong," Luna repeated, stronger this time, her voice ringing with conviction. "I'm not you, and you're not me. We may share the same past, the same fears, but I am not defined by them." The shadow recoiled as if struck. The flames around the clearing flared higher, flickering in response to Luna's defiance. It was the fire inside her, the fire of change, the fire of growth. Luna felt the heat intensify, but this time she welcomed it. She had been afraid of it for so long, but now she understood. She wasn't running from the fire. She was becoming it. The shadow twisted violently, its form contorting as though it was being pulled apart. "You cannot escape what you are," it hissed, its voice shattering into 1,000 fragments of noise. Luna closed her eyes, and with a deep breath, she released everything. She released her fear, her guilt, her grief, everything that had held her back. The fire surged within her, a wave of cleansing heat that washed over the clearing. The shadow writhed, struggling to hold onto its form, but it was no match for the power of the flames that Luna now commanded. With one final burst of energy, Luna spread her wings wide, and the fire around her exploded outward, consuming the shadow in a brilliant, blinding light. The world seemed to pause, the air thick with the crackling of the fire, the scent of burning wood and ash. And then, just as suddenly, the light dimmed, leaving the forest quiet. The shadow was gone. The fire was still there, but it was no longer a threat. It was a part of her, a part of the forest, a part of everything. And Luna understood now, this was the balance. The fire, the shadow, the light, they were all part of the same cycle, all part of her. The Guardian stepped forward, its gaze softening. "You have done it, Luna. You have faced yourself." Luna hovered in the air, her wings steady, her heart calm. The clearing was silent now, but it wasn't an empty silence. It was a silence of peace, of resolution. Cliffhanger. As Luna landed softly on the forest floor, a distant rumble shook the ground beneath her. The fire had been defeated, but something else stirred in the distance. Something ancient, something powerful. It wasn't over. Not yet. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a warning, a message Luna could not ignore. Another test awaits Luna, and this time you will face it alone. The rumble echoed through the forest, a low, ominous vibration that seemed to rattle the very earth beneath Luna's talons. The air thickened, charged with an energy Luna couldn't quite place, and the silence that followed felt heavy, unnatural, as though the entire forest was holding its breath. Luna stood frozen, her wings quivering slightly in the stillness, her feathers still warm from the remnants of the fire she had embraced. She had defeated the shadow, but the sense of unease hadn't left her. It had only grown, its presence lingering like a cold draft, creeping in through the cracks of her resolve. The Guardian, standing tall behind her, seemed to sense it too. Its glowing eyes narrowed, and the heavy weight of its wings shifted as it moved closer. "There is something else," it said, its voice softer now, almost regretful. "The fire you have quelled was not the source. The true danger still lies hidden in the heart of the forest. There is something ancient stirring, something older than the fire itself." Luna swallowed, her throat dry. She had hoped, desperately, hoped that by confronting her shadow, by embracing the fire inside her, she would end the threat once and for all. But it seemed that victory had only given way to a deeper, more insidious challenge. "Is it the same fire?" Luna asked, though she knew the answer. The air was still thick with heat, the faintest scent of burning wood clinging to the trees, but it was different now. The flames she had faced had been personal, tied to her own internal struggle. This felt like something else entirely. Something older, more primal. The Guardian's wings flapped gently, sending a breeze through the trees that stirred the ash still drifting through the air. "No, this is not the same fire. It is not even a fire, Luna. It is something that feeds on the fire, on the chaos it creates, and it will not stop until it consumes everything." Luna's chest tightened. Fear began to creep back into her, threading its way through her thoughts. What could be worse than the fire? What could possibly threaten the forest in a way that even the fire could not? Suddenly she felt it, a pulse deep beneath the earth, like the beat of a heart, steady and powerful. The ground trembled again, but this time it was not the result of any external force. It was an internal quake, the heart of the forest itself shuddering in distress. "It's coming," the Guardian said, its voice growing urgent. "We must move." Luna's wings fluttered instinctively, but something held her in place, a weight she couldn't shake. She had always been one to avoid conflict, to hide from the harsh realities of the world. But now, the shadows had found her. The fire had found her, and it seemed that the forest itself was calling her to face whatever darkness was on the horizon. The Guardian lowered its head, looking at her with an expression that was both solemn and proud. "You've come far, Luna. But now you must make a choice. You can leave, flee the forest, abandon your path, but know that the danger will follow you and it will only grow stronger. Or you can stay, face the unknown and protect the very forest you call home." Luna stared into the Guardian's eyes, her heart racing. The decision was terrifying. One path led to safety, the other to certain peril. And yet, deep down, Luna knew there was no choice at all. She had spent her life running, but she was no longer that frightened owl. The shadow had shown her that. The fire had shown her that. She had come face to face with her own darkness, and she had chosen to stand her ground. "I'll stay," Luna said, her voice steady despite the storm brewing in her chest. "I'll protect the forest." The Guardian's wings unfurled with a soft rustle. "Then we must go. Follow me." Luna followed the Guardian through the forest, the trees seeming to lean in as they moved. It felt as though the entire forest was alive, its every breath synchronized with her own. The ground beneath her talons was soft and uneven, the path winding through dense underbrush that seemed to open and close around them. The deeper they traveled, the more Luna felt the pull of something greater, something far older than the flame she had quelled. They moved in silence, but Luna could feel the weight of their journey pressing in. Her wings grew heavy with each step, and her heart thudded in her chest like the drum of an ancient ceremony. The path they followed was unfamiliar, a winding trail she had never seen before, as though they were venturing into a place the forest had long forgotten. Suddenly, they reached a clearing, a wide expanse of broken earth. The ground was scorched, blackened by fire, and at the center of the clearing stood a massive, twisted tree. Its bark was charred and cracked, its roots visible like skeletal, fingers reaching out into the earth. It was a tree unlike any Luna had ever seen, ancient and gnarled, its form twisted and bent by centuries of force. And yet, there was something undeniably powerful about it, as if it were the very heart of the forest itself. At the base of the tree, a small crack had formed in the earth, from which an eerie, otherworldly light pulsed, a cold, sickly green that seemed to reach out like tendrils, spreading through the clearing. Luna felt the hair on the back of her neck stand on end, her feathers ruffling with unease. The Guardian's eyes softened, and it lowered its head. This is it, the source of the disturbance. The fire you fought was a symptom, a warning. This is the root of the darkness. Luna stepped closer, her wings trembling. The ground beneath her seemed to shift, the crack in the earth widening just enough for her to see the source of the green light, the heart of the forest's corruption. It pulsed with an unnatural rhythm, as though it were breathing. Whatever is inside, it's tied to this place, Luna whispered, the dread in her voice palpable. But what is it? The Guardian took a step back, its wings rustling. It is the spirit of the forest, Luna, the ancient force that once protected the balance of this world. But something has corrupted it, something older than time itself, and it is feeding off the chaos. Luna's eyes widened, the realization hitting her like a storm. Cliffhanger. The ground beneath them trembled once more, and the light from the crack began to pulse faster, more erratically. A sound, low, guttural, and terrible, rumbled from deep within the earth, as if the very soul of the forest were awakening. And then, from the darkness, something stirred. A shadow, long, twisted, and vast, began to rise from the crack, reaching out like a claw. Luna gasped, her wings spreading instinctively. She was no longer sure if she was ready for this, but she had no choice. The forest had called her, and she would answer. The shadow crawled from the crack like a waking nightmare, its form contorting and writhing as it emerged from the depths of the earth. It was vast, an ever-growing mass of darkness that seemed to swallow the light, consuming everything in its path. The tendrils that stretched from its body were not mere shadows, but living, breathing extensions of something ancient and malignant. They crept across the ground, curling around the roots of the twisted tree, and with each passing second the shadow expanded, growing in size and strength. Luna's heart pounded in her chest, her feathers bristling as the oppressive weight of the darkness pressed in on her. The air had turned cold, biting against her skin. The ground beneath her talons seemed to tremble in fear, and the trees around her creaked and groaned as if they were trying to flee. This is no longer just the forest's battle, the Guardian whispered, its voice taut with urgency. It is yours, Luna. The shadow's form shifted, and Luna could make out faint, distant shapes within it, flashes of things that were both familiar and foreign. Faces, eyes, thousands of them, blinking, unblinking, staring from the heart of the dark mass. It was as though the very shadow had become a mirror of the worst fears of everything it touched. Luna staggered backward, but her legs were unsteady, like the earth itself was being sucked into the abyss. Every instinct screamed for her to flee, to fly away and leave this place, but she couldn't. She had made her choice. Face it, the Guardian urged, stepping forward. Face the source of the corruption. You must find its heart, Luna, and sever it. The creature's eyes, thousands of them, focused on Luna. She felt their cold gaze pierce her to the core, and a wave of unease flooded over her. But she didn't move. She couldn't. The world seemed to bend, the air warping around her, and the shadows that crept along the ground whispered things she could barely understand. Fragments of words, broken images of things lost and forgotten. Luna clenched her talons, trying to steady herself. She had faced the fire. She had confronted her own shadow. Now she had to confront this, whatever it was, this ancient, dark force that had awakened in the heart of the forest. She closed her eyes, drawing in a shaky breath. The world around her seemed to still, like a pause before the storm. Face it, she had to. She was the only one who could. With that thought, Luna opened her eyes and took a step forward. The ground beneath her feet cracked like thunder, sending a shock through her body, but she didn't stop. The shadow's coldness reached out for her, but she pushed through it, refusing to let it break her. The guardian followed closely behind her, but its form seemed almost diminished now, as though the weight of the shadow's power had begun to sap its strength. "I don't know how to fight this," Luna whispered, her voice raw. "You won't fight it with force, Luna," the guardian said. "You must face it with your heart. Its power lies in fear. Do not let it control you." Luna nodded, though doubt twisted in her gut. She had no idea how she could face the darkness that had awakened from the depths of the earth. The shadow, the corruption, it was a force beyond anything she had ever encountered. She could feel it pushing against her mind, trying to find her weaknesses, trying to pull her into its cold embrace. Another tremor shook the ground, and the shadow recoiled, as though sensing something in the air. It writhed violently, its dark tendrils reaching out like claws, lashing at the trees, wrapping around the roots of the ancient tree that stood at the center of the clearing. "Luna," the guardian said, its voice thick with warning. "The heart of the shadow lies within the tree. You must reach it before it spreads any further." The shadow seemed to sense the guardian's words, and it roared, a deafening sound that made the forest shudder, the trees bending with the force of it. Luna's feathers fluttered, the vibrations from the roar rattling her bones, but she held her ground. She couldn't let fear take over now. With a powerful beat of her wings, Luna leapt into the air. The shadow's tendrils lashed out, trying to strike her down, but she soared higher, dodging the snapping darkness. She could see the twisted tree more clearly now, its bark gnarled and cracked, the heart of the forest corruption pulsing with that sickly green light from the crack in the earth. The forest seemed to close in around her, the weight of the shadow pressing down, as if trying to crush her with its very presence. Luna's wings grew heavy, but she pushed forward, determined. As she approached the tree, the air around her grew colder, sharper, and the ground beneath her feet began to shake once more. The shadow's tendrils reached higher now, coiling around the tree, dragging it down into the earth. The tree groaned, its branches creaking as though it were alive, in pain, resisting the force that sought to corrupt it. Luna hovered just above the tree, staring down at the crack in the ground, the light pulsing from within. The shadow had to be inside there. It had to be. It was the source of the corruption, the heart of this ancient darkness. And yet something stopped her. There was a hesitation, a small, nagging doubt that lingered in her chest. What if it wasn't just the shadow? What if the tree itself was a part of it? What if... No! She couldn't think like that. She couldn't doubt herself now. The time for hesitation was gone. Luna took a deep breath, feeling the fire inside her once again, a surge of warmth that spread from her chest down to the tips of her wings. The fire that had once felt so foreign, so terrifying, was now her ally. It was part of her. She wasn't running from it anymore. She was becoming it. With a sharp cry, Luna dove toward the crack in the earth, her wings beating with all the strength she had left. She passed through the tendrils of the shadow, their coldness biting at her skin, but she pressed on, pushing through the darkness with every beat of her wings. She could feel the pulse of the corruption beneath her, beating like a heart waiting for her to strike. cliffhanger. Just as Luna reached the crack, the world seemed to explode with light. A burst of searing heat surged up from the ground, and the shadow shrieked, an awful, wrenching sound that echoed through the forest, shaking the very trees themselves. Luna's eyes widened. The crack had begun to close, but not before a new, terrifying shape began to form from the light. A figure, towering and ethereal, its glowing eyes fixed on her. And then the voice, low, ancient, and filled with a terrible, knowing power, whispered from the depths of the earth. "You are too late, Luna." The voice that rose from the crack in the earth was like an icy hand closing around Luna's heart. It was not a mere whisper, but a presence, a force that seemed to fill the very air around her, pressing in from all sides, curling like smoke around her thoughts. "You are too late, Luna." The words resonated with a terrible finality. Luna's wings faltered for a moment, her body instinctively recoiling from the voice. But she refused to be paralyzed by fear. Not now. Not after everything she had faced. She clenched her talons, the fire within her surging once more, as her resolve hardened like stone. She was not too late. She couldn't be. From the crack in the earth, the light that had surged up began to take form, twisting and coiling into something more solid, more defined. A shape, tall and spectral, emerged. A figure wreathed in light and shadow, its form shifting as if it were not bound by any natural law. It was not a tree, nor an animal, nor a force of the earth. It was something ancient, something primal, and it exuded a sense of overwhelming power. The Guardian's voice came again, urgent, almost pleading. "Luna, do not listen to it. This is the heart, the essence of the darkness. It is the true corruption, the spirit that feeds on fear and chaos. It has taken root in the forest, and now it seeks to spread." Luna's wings beat harder, and she hovered in place, staring at the entity before her. Its eyes, pale, glowing orbs, locked onto her with an intensity that made her chest tighten. The figure seemed to absorb the very light around it, casting long, jagged shadows that danced like specters at the edges of her vision. "Who are you?" Luna's voice cracked, the question feeling small against the weight of the being in front of her. The figure's lips parted, but its voice was not what she had expected. It was not a hiss or a growl, but a melody, a soft, mournful sound that seemed to echo from the deepest parts of her soul. "I am the first," it said, its voice like a song of sorrow, the beginning of the forest's heart. "I am the fear that rooted itself here long before you were born, the darkness in which all things are conceived. I have waited for centuries, for millennia to awaken, and now I shall consume everything." The air thickened with the weight of its words, and Luna felt her heart hammer against her chest. The fire that had once burned so fiercely inside her flickered uncertainly, threatened by the overwhelming presence of the entity before her. She had been so certain, so sure that confronting the shadow had been the answer. But this was something different, something older. It was as though the very foundation of the forest had cracked open, revealing the soul of the darkness itself. "Why are you doing this?" Luna asked, struggling to keep her voice steady. "What do you want?" The figure's glowing eyes narrowed, its form shifting like liquid, blurring and reshaping itself as it spoke. "I want nothing more than to return the forest to its true state, its natural state, a place where the weak are consumed and the strong are left to endure the endless cycle. I want to make the forest whole again, and I will begin with you." Luna felt the pressure in her chest intensify, as though the forest itself was closing in on her, drawing her into the maw of the creature that stood before her. Its presence radiated such fear, such an ancient hunger, that even the trees around her seemed to shrink away, their branches retreating from the light of its form. The guardian stepped forward, its wings spreading wide, but the shadow-like tendrils of the entity recoiled, the force of their movement making the earth tremble. "You cannot stop it, Guardian," the entity intoned, its voice now colder, sharper. "This forest is mine. All that remains is for it to feed." Luna felt the ground beneath her feet shudder as if reacting to the entity's words. The trees creaked and groaned, and the air became thick with the scent of burning leaves, of something ancient and decaying. But something in Luna stirred. A quiet, stubborn ember of defiance flickered to life deep within her, despite the oppressive weight of the entity's power. She had faced the fire within herself. She had faced the shadow of her own fears, and though this new entity was unlike anything she had ever encountered, she couldn't allow it to consume everything. Not again. The fire in her heart surged, hot and bright, as Luna drew on everything she had learned from the darkness, from the fire, from the shadow that had once followed her. She would not run. She would not let it win. The shadow figure seemed to sense the change in her. It recoiled, its form writhing in sudden fury. "You think you can defy me?" it sneered. "You are nothing but a bird, a mere creature of the forest. You are nothing in the face of this power." Luna's wings flared, her form glowing with an inner light that seemed to push back against the encroaching darkness. Her eyes, wide and determined, met the entity's gaze. "I am not nothing," she said, her voice strong despite the tremor in her limbs. "I am Luna, and this forest is my home. I won't let you take it." The fire in her chest flared to life once more, and Luna felt the heat within her pulse with an intensity she had never known before. She wasn't just fighting the entity, she was fighting for everything: the forest, the animals, the light she had discovered inside herself. The shadow figure shrieked, a sound like grinding stone, as the light around Luna grew brighter, more intense. The green glow from the crack in the earth pulsed faster, but Luna's fire fought against it, pushing it back inch by inch. And then, in a burst of light so bright it blinded her, the figure screamed, its form splitting into 1,000 dark shards that scattered across the forest like falling stars. For a moment, there was silence. A heavy, deafening silence, as the forest held its breath. Luna's wings fluttered with exhaustion, but the fire inside her still burned brightly, like a beacon in the darkness. The crack in the earth began to close, slowly, the light from within dimming, but not vanishing completely. The forest, too, seemed to settle, the oppressive weight lifting ever so slightly. But Luna knew that it wasn't over. Not yet. Cliffhanger. The ground beneath her shook again, less violent, but more insistent. And then, from the place where the shadow had been, something began to rise. It was not the entity. No, this was something else entirely. Something new, and yet familiar. A shape formed in the darkness, its edges blurred, and Luna could hear the faint sound of a heartbeat, steady and slow, echoing from the earth. It wasn't over, not by a long shot, and Luna had no choice but to face whatever came next. Luna hovered in the air, her wings trembling with exhaustion. The crack in the earth had closed, but the pulse of dark energy beneath the ground still echoed through her body like a distant drumbeat. Something was not right. The shadow had fractured. Yes, but it had not been destroyed. Instead, something new, something worse, was rising from the depths. The shape that emerged from the darkness was not the entity she had faced before. It was different. It was more alive. The air around it crackled with energy, and Luna could feel her talons tingling, her feathers ruffling in response to the growing tension. This was not just another manifestation of the shadow. This was something else. Something that had been born from the very heart of the forest's corruption. The shape twisted, like smoke being drawn into the sky, and a form began to solidify in the center of the clearing. At first it was indistinct, a swirling mass of shadows, but slowly, like a storm cloud taking shape, it became clearer. Luna's breath caught in her throat as the creature's shape finally took form. It was tall, humanoid, and skeletal, but with long, twisted limbs that seemed to stretch and bend unnaturally, as if they were made of the very darkness that had consumed the forest. Its face was a mask of shifting shadows, no eyes, no mouth, just an endless, swirling void. The heartbeat echoed louder now, thumping like the pulse of the earth itself, growing more frantic, more insistent. Luna's wings fluttered, but she held her ground, refusing to let the fear that crept up her spine take hold. The guardian's voice, faint but resolute, broke through the silence. "Luna, do not fear it. This is its true form, the heart of the shadow. It feeds on everything: fear, grief, loneliness, doubt. You must stand firm. It will try to break you. You cannot let it." The words felt like a lifeline. But Luna knew what she had to do. She had already faced her own darkness. She had already confronted the shadow within herself. This creature was just another reflection of that same darkness. But it was different too. This was not something that could be defeated by fire or by force alone. No, this creature sought to consume Luna's very will, her very essence. With a sharp, determined breath, Luna's wings spread wide, catching the wind. She stared down at the creature, her heart pounding in her chest, her eyes narrowed in defiance. She would not let this thing claim the forest. She would not let it consume everything she had worked for. As the creature's limbs twisted and contorted, it made a low, rumbling sound, like the groan of the earth shifting under pressure. It reached out toward Luna, its long fingers like claws, but Luna dove, avoiding its grasp. Her heart raced, but her mind was clear. This creature wanted her fear. It wanted her to break, to give in. But Luna was no longer afraid. The shadow's arms reached again, this time faster, but Luna was ready. With a burst of strength, she angled herself downward, drawing closer to the ground. The earth beneath her. Feet began to tremble, and the heartbeat grew louder, almost deafening. "Luna, you have to find its weakness," the guardian shouted, desperation creeping into its voice. "It is bound to the forest's pain. If you destroy the source, the crack in the earth, you can sever its hold." Luna's wings beat harder, and she shot upward, flying toward the center of the clearing where the crack had been. Her heart raced as the creature's dark limbs reached for her again, but this time, Luna didn't dodge. She allowed herself to feel the full weight of its malevolent presence, letting it close in on her until the last possible moment. With a defiant cry, Luna slammed her talons into the earth. A brilliant flash of light exploded from her body, the fire. It surged through her like an inferno, filling every inch of her being with strength, with purpose. The flames of her inner light cascaded out in all directions, searing through the air like a wave of molten heat. For a split second, the creature faltered. Its dark form recoiled, as though the light from Luna's heart had burned it. But it wasn't enough. Not yet. Luna felt the force of the shadow pushing back against her, trying to invade her thoughts, to twist her mind and body into submission. Her breath hitched as the pulse of darkness grew more insistent, more violent. But then, in the depths of her soul, she heard it, the quiet whisper that had guided her all along. "You are not alone." The fire inside Luna flared brighter, brighter than it ever had before, as if her very spirit was burning with the intensity of the forest itself. The flames, that had once been a flicker of fear, became a blazing inferno of defiance. Luna was not just fighting for herself anymore. She was fighting for the forest, for the creatures that called it home. She was fighting for the light. The dark figure reached for her one last time, but Luna flung herself upward with all the power she could muster. Her wings burned with light, and she tore through the shadow's form, a streak of fire in the night. As she passed through the creature, she felt it shudder, its limbs convulsing as if in pain, as if her very light was tearing it apart. And then, with a final deafening cry, the dark creature disintegrated, its form collapsing in on itself, dissolving into 1,000 shards of darkness that scattered like ashes in the wind. For a long moment, everything was still. The air felt lighter. The heartbeat that had echoed through the forest began to fade, its pulse weakening until it was nothing more than a whisper. Luna landed gracefully on the ground, her wings still glowing with the fire of victory. But now it was a quiet warmth, not a consuming blaze. The shadows around her began to lift, the trees standing tall once more, no longer hunched and twisted under the weight of the darkness. She looked around, and for the first time, the forest felt alive again. The oppressive air had lifted, and a faint breeze stirred the leaves around her. But as the dust of the battle settled, Luna knew this was not the end. The shadow had been vanquished for now, but its mark would never fully disappear from the forest. There would always be darkness. There would always be fear. But Luna had learned to face it. Cliffhanger. Just as Luna began to take a deep, steadying breath, the ground beneath her feet trembled once more. A deep, rumbling sound, soft but unmistakable, echoed from the earth below. And then, from the darkness of the forest's edge, a figure stepped forward, a creature she had never seen before. Taller than the trees, its body shifting like the very night sky itself, it spoke, its voice deep and ancient. "We are many, Luna, and we are watching." Luna's wings flared instinctively, her heart pounding in her chest. The figure that emerged from the shadows was not like the one she had fought. Its form was shifting, elusive, almost ethereal. It was as if it were made of the very fabric of night itself, its body bending and flowing like smoke. And yet, despite the fluidity of its shape, there was a palpable presence, a suffocating weight that pressed down on the forest. The air turned cold, colder than it had ever been, and Luna could feel the hairs on her feathers rise in response. It was as if the very earth had become wary of this new being, shifting beneath her talons, retreating from its approach. "I am Noctis," the creature said, its voice deep and resonant, like the thunder that comes before a storm. "And we are the Watchers, the ones who guard the balance of this place." Luna's wings tensed, her instincts flaring with caution. "Balance?" she asked, her voice steady despite the fear crawling up her spine. "What do you mean, balance?" The creature tilted its head, its form momentarily stabilizing into something more solid, something closer to a dark, towering silhouette. Its eyes, if they could even be called that, shimmered with an eerie, pale light that seemed to pierce through her. "The forest you know is only a fragment of what exists here," Noctis continued, its voice no longer a whisper, but an undeniable presence that seemed to reach deep inside her, touching places she had never known. "There are forces beyond the shadows you've faced, forces that keep the forest whole, and forces that wish to see it fall into eternal darkness. The balance is delicate. One side feeds the other, like a never-ending cycle." Luna felt a chill creep down her spine. She had spent so much time fighting the shadows that she hadn't even considered there might be more at play, more to the story than she could understand. "Then why? Why didn't you stop the corruption before?" Luna asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The weight of it all pressed in on her, making her chest tighten. Why let it grow? The Watcher's form shifted again, its shape bending in ways that made Luna's head spin. It seemed to dissolve into the night air, only to reassemble again beside her, its voice a soft hum in her ears. It was not for us to intervene. We are the watchers, not the guardians. We observe, we protect, but we do not interfere with the natural flow of things. The shadows you fought were a consequence, a necessary consequence of the cycle, a test. A-T. Test, Luna echoed, blinking in confusion. Her thoughts were a whirlwind, trying to piece together the fragmented words, the cryptic explanations. A test for what? For you, Luna, Noctis replied, its voice suddenly more direct, its form now steady and commanding. For you, and for the forest. You have already faced the darkness within you. Now you must face the truth. Luna stared at the Watcher, her mind struggling to comprehend the enormity of its words. She had faced the shadow, the fire, and the grief within herself. She had fought for the forest, for the creatures who lived here, and for her own redemption. But what truth remained? What? Truth? She asked, her voice strained. What do you want from me? Noctis stepped forward, its presence overwhelming as it loomed over Luna. The truth that the balance must be maintained, and the truth that the forest will never be free of darkness. It is bound to the land, and so are you, Luna. Your journey is not over. In fact, it is just beginning. A wave of nausea rolled through Luna's stomach. Just beginning? She had fought so hard, she had given so much. And yet this creature, this Watcher, was telling her it was only the start of something far worse. You have learned to fight, Noctis said, its eyes narrowing, its voice a sharp blade. But now you must learn to endure. Luna's heart stuttered in her chest. Endure, she repeated. What do you mean, endure? The Watcher stepped back, its form rippling like water disturbed by a stone. It raised a hand, and Luna's eyes followed the movement as shadows began to pool in the clearing, swirling around them like a storm. Noctis, what is happening? Luna asked, her wings flickering uneasily. The Watcher's gaze softened, but its words were firm. The forest is not the only one that is changing. You are too. The darkness has left its mark on you, Luna. And while you may have vanquished one shadow, there are many more lurking within you, waiting. You cannot fight them all, but you must learn to live with them. You must become one with the darkness as well as the light. Luna recoiled, her wings flapping in a panic. I can't, I won't. I've faced enough darkness. But Noctis only smiled, though the expression was one of knowing, not malice. The darkness is not your enemy, Luna. It is a part of you. You will never be free of it, just as the forest will never be free of shadows. But you can learn to live with it, to accept it. Luna shook her head fiercely, her breath ragged. This wasn't what she had wanted. She had wanted to be free of the shadows. She had wanted peace for the forest, peace for herself. But the Watcher was telling her something different, something far more dangerous. That peace could never be truly achieved. That the darkness would always be there, just beneath the surface, waiting to rise again. Noctis stepped closer, its form now more solid than ever, its voice deep and unyielding. You have a choice, Luna. You can continue to fight the darkness, but in doing so, you will lose the very thing you're trying to protect, the balance. Or you can accept it, embrace it, learn from it, and in doing so, you will become something greater than you could ever imagine. The Watcher paused, as if waiting for Luna to absorb its words, to accept what it had offered. But Luna's heart was pounding too loudly for her to think clearly. All she had known was to fight, to resist, to stand against the tide of darkness. Could she really learn to embrace it? Could she truly accept that the balance between light and shadow was something that had to be maintained, something that could never be destroyed? Cliffhanger, Luna hesitated, torn between what she had always known and the impossible truth before her. The darkness within her stirred again, as if responding to Noctis's words. And in that moment, just as she thought she might understand, just as she might begin to accept the truth, the earth beneath her feet cracked open once more. From the depths of the forest came a voice, low, guttural, and full of hunger. The cycle begins again, Luna. And as the earth trembled beneath her, Luna's wings beat furiously, her heart racing with the knowledge that her journey was far from over. Luna's talons dug into the earth beneath her, her wings flaring in a desperate attempt to stay grounded. The air around her grew thick, pressing in like a heavy fog, as if the very atmosphere of the forest was changing. The voice, low, guttural, full of hunger, repeated itself, echoing through the clearing like a warning bell. The cycle begins again, Luna. For a moment, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The shadows grew deeper, their tendrils stretching outward as though they were searching, probing, feeling their way toward her. Luna's heart thudded loudly in her chest, her mind whirling with confusion and dread. She had thought that by defeating the shadow, by standing against the darkness, she had put an end to it. But Noctis had warned her, the balance could never be destroyed. Now, standing in the middle of the clearing, the weight of those words felt unbearable. The Watchers had said the darkness was a part of her, that it was something she would never be free of, something that would always return, just as the forest would always cycle between light and shadow. The ground trembled again, this time more violently. Luna looked around in panic, her eyes wide as the earth split open before her, sending a burst of cold air rushing toward her. Something was rising from within the crack, the same crack that had once contained the entity of darkness, now somehow deeper, more sinister. Luna's breath caught in her throat as a dark shape began to materialize from the depths. This time, it was different. It wasn't the shadow from before, but something even more ancient, more terrible. It was not merely a figure. It was a presence, something vast and incomprehensible that spread like a storm cloud, its edges flickering with the remnants of lightning. The ground beneath her feet rumbled with an intensity that made her knees shake. The creature's form was enormous, towering above the trees, its limbs long and serpentine, twisted like the roots of a deep-rooted tree, but moving with a fluid, unnatural grace. Its face, or what passed for one, was a mass of shifting darkness, a void with no features except for two glowing eyes, yellow and molten like burning embers. Luna's wings fluttered, and for a moment she felt as if she was shrinking in comparison to this immense, looming being. It was the heart of the forest's torment, a manifestation of all the suffering, the imbalance, the fear. But it was more than that. It was the cycle, the constant ebb and flow of dark and light, of growth and decay. Noctis's words echoed in her mind, louder now like a mantra. The balance must be maintained. You cannot destroy the darkness. The Watcher's form, now standing at the edge of the clearing, watched Luna intently, its eyes glowing faintly. You cannot stop the cycle, Luna. The darkness will rise again. It always has, and it always will. Luna's feathers bristled in fear, but deep down, she understood. She had been wrong to think she could defeat the darkness entirely. She could not banish it forever. It was too ingrained in the fabric of the forest, in the very essence of life and death, growth and decay. Noctis had told her the truth. The balance was fragile and the cycle would never cease. But that didn't mean she was helpless. The creature from the depths, the one that had now fully emerged, sensed her resolve and began to move toward her, its limbs stretching impossibly, long, dragging the shadows with it like a cloak. With each step it took, the earth seemed to wither, the trees wilting and dying in its wake. Luna's heart pounded in her chest. She could feel the pull of the creature's presence, its weight pressing against her mind. The shadows beckoned, her, calling out for her to join them, to give in to the overwhelming force of despair. For a fleeting moment, Luna could feel her wings growing heavy, her vision clouding, as if the very air were trying to smother her. But then, a spark of fire, of light flickered deep inside her. It was small at first, but it grew with each passing second. Luna's wings flapped more urgently, her body trembling with the need to fight, to resist. The light inside her surged, and she took a step forward, her eyes locked on the monstrous creature now looming before her. "No," she whispered, her voice steady but fierce. "I will not let you consume everything." The creature's form shifted, its limbs curling in toward its center as it hissed, the sound like wind through dead branches. It seemed to draw closer, the weight of its presence growing heavier with every step. But Luna's wings snapped wide, open. And in that instant, she felt the truth. She couldn't defeat it. She couldn't destroy the darkness, no matter how hard she tried. But she could hold it back. She could stand against it. And in doing so, protect the forest, protect herself, protect the creatures she loved. Luna focused all of her strength, all of the fire she had within her, and poured it into the ground beneath her. The earth seemed to respond to her, pulsing with the rhythm of her heart, matching the intensity of her determination. The light from her wings began to shine brighter, the energy swelling until the air crackled with raw power. The creature howled, recoiling from the light, its form momentarily flickering. It seemed to writhe, the shadows twisting around it like chains, as if it were bound by Luna's resolve. But then, just as quickly as it recoiled, the creature lunged forward, its jaws snapping at Luna with terrifying speed. Luna dove, her wings cutting through the air like a blade, narrowly escaping the creature's grasp. She landed gracefully on the other side, breathing hard, but resolute. "You are not the only one bound to this forest," she called, her voice strong. "I will keep the balance. Even if it means living with the darkness, I will not let it consume us." The creature paused, its eyes narrowing as it studied her. The shadows around it seemed to pulse in rhythm with the heartbeat of the earth. It was testing her, seeing if she would break, seeing if her resolve would falter. But Luna stood her ground. "I am not afraid anymore," she whispered to herself, the fire in her heart blazing brighter than ever. Cliffhanger. The creature tilted, its head, its eyes narrowing, and for a moment it seemed to consider Luna, its dark form writhing and shifting like a storm. Then, without warning, it grinned. The teeth, long and jagged, gleamed in the dim light. And as the shadows surged toward Luna, it spoke again, its voice low and chilling. "The cycle is endless, Luna, and you are part of it now." And just as the darkness rushed toward her, Luna's wings flared, bracing for what came next. The darkness surged forward, faster than Luna could have ever anticipated. It moved like a wave, an overwhelming force that filled the air with a suffocating weight. The earth trembled beneath her, the trees bending and groaning as if they too feared the oncoming tide. Luna's wings flapped desperately, pushing her higher into the air, but the shadows seemed to reach for her, curling around her like cold fingers, tugging at her feathers. Her heart raced, every beat a frantic drum in her chest as the creature's form loomed below her, its eyes, burning yellow and seething with ancient malice, followed her every movement. "You cannot outrun the darkness, Luna," the creature hissed, its voice like 1,000 whispers in her mind. "You are bound to it, just as the forest is, just as I am." Luna's breath caught in her throat. She had never felt so small, so powerless. The weight of the creature's words pressed down on her like a suffocating fog. She had fought so hard, had struggled to keep the light alive, but now, Faced with the embodiment of darkness itself, she was beginning to question whether she could truly hold it back. But then she remembered what she had learned. The darkness couldn't be defeated. It was part of the cycle. And she wasn't alone in this fight. She had the forest, its creatures, and most importantly, she had herself. Noctis's words echoed in her mind. "You must learn to endure." Luna's wings beat with renewed strength, her heart steadying as the fire inside her flared back to life. The light within her, small though it may have seemed compared to the vast darkness surrounding her, was hers, and it was enough. She called upon the light with all her might, her wings glowing with radiant energy. The shadows recoiled, twisting and writhing like they were in pain. The creature hissed again, but this time it seemed weaker, its form flickering, unstable. "You cannot control me," it growled, its voice filled with fury. "You belong to me now." "No," Luna cried, her voice stronger than ever before. "I belong to this forest, to the balance. I will not let you consume it." With a forceful beat of her wings, Luna sent a wave of light crashing toward the creature, the air around her vibrating with the power she had gathered. The shadows shrieked, retreating from the light as though it burned them. Luna felt the force of their resistance, the pull of their darkness tugging at her, trying to drag her down into the depths. But Luna resisted. She had learned to stand her ground, to accept that the darkness would always be a part of her. It was not her enemy, but neither was it her master. The creature recoiled again, its form dissipating into a swirling cloud of smoke, and for a brief moment, Luna thought it might retreat altogether. But just as quickly, it reformed, its eyes glowing brighter, more furious than ever. "You cannot fight what you are," it snarled, its voice like a crashing wave. "You cannot outrun your own nature. You are bound to me. Always." Luna's wings beat harder, the light around her intensifying. "I don't need to outrun it," she said through gritted beak. "I need to balance it." With that, she dove into the heart of the darkness, her body a streak of light cutting through the shadows. The creature surged toward her with terrifying speed. But Luna was faster now, her wings strong and steady. She flew through the swirling storm of darkness, the light from her wings illuminating the world around her in brilliant flashes. For a moment, the world was a blur of shadows and light, the air thick with the crackling of energy. And then, just as Luna reached the center of the storm, she felt a surge of power like never before. The forest seemed to respond to her, the very earth beneath her stirring with life. The creature howled in pain as the light around Luna flared, brighter, and Luna could feel its grip on her, on the forest, begin to loosen. It was as if she were pulling the darkness into herself, holding it back, containing it within her wings, her heart, her soul. The shadows writhed and twisted in protest, but Luna held her ground. She had accepted her role. She had learned to live with the darkness within her, to balance it with the light. And in doing so, she had become stronger than the shadow itself. The creature's form flickered again, its body dissolving into nothingness, as if it could no longer maintain its shape in the face of Luna's resolve. The air around her began to clear, the weight of the darkness lifting slowly, inch by inch. The trees groaned as they stretched toward the light, their leaves rustling in a soft, hopeful whisper. And for the first time, Luna felt a sense of peace, a gentle quiet that seemed to wash over the forest, like the first breath of dawn after a long, stormy night. But even as the shadows receded, Luna knew this peace would not last forever. The balance would always be fragile. The cycle would continue, the darkness would return, and the light would have to rise again to meet it. But she also knew that she was no longer afraid. She had learned to live with the shadows. She had learned that the forest, and she herself, was both light and dark, a delicate dance between the two. And with that, she spread her wings wide, embracing the duality of her being, ready for whatever the cycle would bring next. Cliffhanger. Just as Luna felt herself settling into the stillness of the moment, a sharp, otherworldly shriek pierced the air. Her heart skipped a beat. The darkness was not gone. It had only retreated, and somewhere deep within the forest something stirred, something darker than the shadows she had just defeated. Luna's wings snapped open, ready for the next battle, one she knew would come, whether she was prepared or not. It was only a matter of time. Luna hovered in the cool, still air, her feathers shimmering with the last remnants of the light that had banished the darkness. The forest was quiet, unnaturally so, the wind holding its breath, as though it too were waiting for something. For a brief moment, Luna thought it was over. The air was clear, and the weight that had pressed against her soul had lifted. But then the ground beneath her feet began to tremble again, this time softer, more insidious, like a quiet hum beneath the surface. Her wings faltered, a sudden chill crawling up her spine. The roots of the trees, so sturdy and grounded, so ancient, twisted beneath the soil. The earth shifted as if something was moving in the deep, dark places where no light reached. Luna's sharp eyes darted to the ground, where shadows began to seep from the cracks between the roots, curling upward like thick tendrils of smoke. She knew, deep in her chest, that it wasn't over. The creature had only retreated. The darkness was still there, beneath the surface, in the depths of the forest, hidden in the whispering roots. Luna flew lower, her talons brushing against the topmost layer of the earth. The forest was still, too still. No creatures moved. No insects hummed in the underbrush. The forest was waiting for something she could not yet see. Then she heard it, a soft, murmuring sound, like the rustling of leaves in the wind. But it was too rhythmic, too deliberate to be the wind. It was coming from below. Luna's wings froze in mid-air, and she tilted her head, straining to listen. The roots are speaking, she thought. The whispering grew louder, and as it did, Luna felt the weight of it pressing on her mind, tugging at her thoughts, like tendrils trying to pull her down into the earth. The voices seemed to come from every direction, all around her, but beneath the soil. Ancient, hollow voices, whispering in languages she didn't understand, yet somehow familiar. Luna. The voice was like a soft caress against her mind, gentle but insistent. Luna's feathers bristled as the word echoed in her head, as though the forest itself was speaking to her. Luna. Her wings quivered. The voices. There was something in them, something she had heard before, something she could not place. "Who are you?" Luna whispered, her voice trembling slightly, though she tried to mask it. The whispers paused for a heartbeat, as though considering her question before they resumed, louder now, more urgent. "We are the roots and the shadows. We are the true keepers of the forest's secret." The words spun through her mind, strange and cryptic, sending a shiver down her spine. Luna's heart began to pound. True keepers. The shadows had always been part of the forest, part of its cycle. But these voices, this new presence, it felt ancient, as though it was something older than the very forest itself. With a flicker of dread, Luna remembered the cycle Noctis had spoken of, the balance between light and darkness, growth and decay. What if the roots weren't just a part of the forest? They were its foundation. Her mind raced, trying to make sense of the words. She had fought the shadows before, faced the darkness that had risen from the depths, but this was something different. It was not a creature, not a presence she could confront directly. It was something rooted deep within the very essence of the forest itself. The ground beneath her feet shook again, this time more violently, sending ripples through the air. The whispering grew louder, more frantic, as if the roots were calling to her, urging her to listen. "Come, Luna," the voices beckoned. "The heart of the forest calls to you." Luna felt her wings grow heavy as the whispers pressed against her thoughts, pulling her downward, toward the soil. The very ground beneath her seemed to call to her, as if it recognized her, as if it had been waiting for her to return. Her gaze darted to the clearing, where the shadows were beginning to creep back in, drawing closer to the roots, curling around them like smoke. The creature that had attacked her earlier, the one that had been part of the cycle, was not gone. It had not retreated completely. It had merged with the roots. In that moment, Luna realized what she had missed. The creature was not simply the darkness, it was the imbalance, the force that kept the cycle of life and death spinning. It was a living, breathing part of the forest, tied to its roots. No matter how much she fought it, no matter how much light she poured into the forest, the darkness would always find a way to return. The cycle was unbroken. Her talons clenched, a deep pang of frustration rising within her chest. She couldn't stop the darkness. Not completely, but she could control it. She could balance it, just as she had balanced the shadows before. With a deep breath, Luna dove toward the ground, the forest opening up before her, the roots spreading out like a vast network beneath the soil. The air around her crackled with energy, as if the forest itself was reacting to her presence. The roots groaned, shifting and twisting as Luna descended, the darkness thickening in the air. But Luna was no longer afraid. She was the forest's child, born of its light and its shadow, its growth and decay. She could not break the cycle, but she could keep it in balance. She landed softly on the earth, her wings flicking open as she stood tall, gazing down at the roots. The whispers stopped, as though the forest was waiting for her to make her move. With a steadying breath, Luna closed her eyes, letting the presence of the forest fill her. She could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her, the steady rhythm of life and death, of growth and decay, all bound together in an endless loop. The shadows were not evil. They were necessary, but the forest needed her too. "I am the balance," she whispered to the roots, to the shadows, to the very heart of the forest. "I will not let you tip the scales." There was a long, tense silence, and then slowly, the whispering began again, quieter this time, more respectful. Cliffhanger. But as Luna stood there, surrounded by the roots, a voice, familiar, yet filled with a cold, hollow echo, spoke from the depths of the earth. "Balance is not enough, Luna. You must choose." Luna's heart skipped a beat. She knew the voice. She had heard it before. It was Noctis, and this time his warning felt like a curse. The world seemed to hold its breath as Luna stood at the heart of the forest, her wings unfurled in the stillness. The roots below her pulsed softly, the whispers of the ancient darkness lingering in the air. But the most chilling sound of all was Noctis's voice, echoing from the depths of the earth. The voice that had once guided her, the voice that now sounded cold and distant, like it came from a place far beyond the living world. "Balance is not enough, Luna. You must choose." Her breath caught in her throat. Noctis had always been a symbol of wisdom, a source of comfort, when things seemed too overwhelming. But now, his words cut through her like a blade. Choose what? The question gnawed at her, pulling at her thoughts. She had spent so much of her life in the shadows, trying to understand the balance between light and dark, between good and evil. She had tried to heal, to bring peace to a world that was always teetering on the edge of chaos. But now, in the face of Noctis's words, She felt something inside her crack. Was it truly possible to balance it all? Could she really stand as the keeper between the two forces that shape the world? Choose, the voice echoed again, its tone now sharp and commanding. The earth trembled beneath her, as if the roots themselves were reacting to the demand. Luna closed her eyes, trying to center herself. The cycle of the forest, the dance, of life and death, of light and darkness, had always seemed so simple, so pure. But now she saw it for what it truly was, a tangled web, impossible to untangle without sacrifice. She could feel the weight of that truth settling over her, like a heavy cloak she could no longer shake off. Her wings twitched, and she took a deep breath. I cannot be the forest's prisoner, she thought. I cannot let myself be consumed by the choices forced upon me. I must make my own path. The whispering roots grew louder, their words more insistent. The forest calls for you. It demands your choice. The balance is fragile, and fragile things break. A shiver of fear crept up Luna's spine. The creature's voice seemed to merge with the roots now, growing ever more distorted. She could sense its hunger, its desperation seeping through the cracks of the earth. It was waiting for her to make a decision, to choose one side over the other, to tip the scale in favor of light or darkness. But Luna could not make that choice. She could not be forced into a decision where one side would be consumed by the other. She had fought too hard, had learned too much. She was not just light or just dark, she was both. She was the bridge, the balance. Without her, the forest would fall into chaos, torn apart by its own contradictions. But what would it take to hold that balance? The wind picked up, rustling the leaves around her, as if the very air was urging her to act. The roots shifted, the darkness swirling around her like a living thing, tugging at her body, pulling her toward the earth, toward the depths where Noctis's voice had come from. You must choose, the voice repeated, louder now, more insistent. Luna's heart pounded in her chest. She could feel the weight of the forest's gaze upon her. The trees, the roots, the shadows, all of them were waiting for her to make the choice. But I cannot choose, she thought desperately. Not like this. Suddenly, a burst of light filled the clearing, brighter than anything she had ever seen. The glow enveloped her, wrapping her in warmth and comfort, a promise of safety. The light seemed to pulse with life, a force of nature that surged up from deep within the earth, from the very roots of the forest. Luna's wings spread wide, the glow catching the edges of her feathers. She felt a surge of power, not her own, but something larger, something older, more ancient. The light did not belong to her, but it was part of her. She understood now. It was not about choosing between light and darkness, not about picking one side over the other. It was about the unity of both. She was the keeper of the balance, not a ruler, but a guardian. Her task was not to destroy the darkness, but to contain it, to guide it, to keep it from consuming the forest. She had always known that both light and dark were necessary. Now she understood that they could not exist without each other. The forest thrived because of the interplay of both forces, and so too would she. The roots beneath her twisted, trying to pull her down, but Luna stood firm. Her heart was calm now, the fear and confusion fading away as understanding flooded her mind. I will not choose, she declared, her voice carrying through the air with the weight of the forest behind it. I will not tip the scale. I will hold the balance. The shadows shrank back at her words, the roots recoiling as though they feared the power she now wielded. The light within her flared brighter, and the darkness trembled, as if it knew it could not break her resolve. The voice of Noctis echoed in the wind again, but this time it was different. Fainter, distant. Balance, it whispered. Yes. You have chosen the true path, Luna. You have become the balance. The darkness finally receded for now, sinking back into the depths. Of the earth, its form barely a shadow beneath the surface. The air around Luna shimmered with the energy of the forest. The roots settled once again, and the creatures of the forest began to stir from their hiding places. The battle was over. For now. But even as Luna basked in the peaceful stillness that followed her triumph, a distant rumble filled the air, a low, foreboding sound from deep within the earth. The forest seemed to grow silent again, and Luna felt a chill settle in her chest. The darkness had retreated, but it was far from gone. It was still there, beneath the surface, waiting for the moment when the balance would once again be tested. This time, Luna knew she might not be able to stand alone. The silence was almost too much to bear. Luna stood still, feeling the weight of the forest's breath against her feathers. The roots beneath her feet had settled, the whispers fading into a hollow quiet that echoed louder than any scream. The battle had ended, yes, but there was a gnawing feeling in the pit of her stomach, a restless unease that wouldn't leave. She had felt the darkness recede, had watched as the tendrils of shadow slithered back into the earth, but she knew, better than to believe it was truly gone. The forest had not breathed a sigh of relief. It was holding its breath, waiting for something, waiting for her to make a move, waiting for the next choice to be made. The rumble she had heard deep within the earth did not come again, but the forest was no longer still. There was an undeniable pulse underfoot, the very ground shifting in subtle, unnerving ways. It was as if the roots themselves had come alive, watching, waiting, unsure of what Luna's decision meant for the balance they had lived with for eons. She closed her eyes and reached deep within herself, letting the energy of the forest wrap around her like a familiar cloak. The light that had flared inside her was still there, pulsing faintly in her chest, but it felt fragile, like a single spark in an endless void. The forest was waiting. She had chosen the balance. She had declared that she would hold it, but the task ahead was not clear. There were forces at play that Luna could barely comprehend, ancient powers that far surpassed her own. Even if she had become the balance, the darkness would always return, and she wasn't certain she had the strength to keep it at bay forever, Luna. The voice was soft, like a whisper against her ear, but it cut through the stillness of the forest with an unnerving clarity. She snapped her head around, but the trees were silent, the shadows still. Luna, the voice repeated this time. Louder, closer, her feathers stood on end. The sound came from all around her, yet nowhere. It was as if the forest itself were speaking to her, or perhaps a voice beyond it, a presence older than the earth. "Who are you?" Luna called out, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to remain steady. She could feel the pulse of the forest in the air, pressing against her chest, the tension growing with each second. From the shadows, something moved. Not a creature, but a shape, a figure. At first, it was little more than a flicker in the corner of her vision, an unnatural movement in the stillness of the trees. It was fleeting, a shadow in the light, but then it solidified, and Luna gasped. Standing before her was Noctis, but not Noctis. His form shimmered with an ethereal glow, like smoke twisted into the shape of a bird, its edges blurred and shifting, as if he existed in two places at once. His eyes, once familiar and wise, were now voids, black, endless, and cold. "You," Luna whispered, taking a step back, her wings folding against her body. The forest's pulse quickened, the air crackling with tension. "You did not choose," the figure said, his voice now deeper, more distant. It wasn't Noctis's comforting tone she had known, but something far more ominous. "You think the balance can hold, but the darkness will never be contained." Luna's heart raced. "But I am the balance," she insisted, her voice steadying with resolve. "I have chosen the forest. I will not let the darkness destroy it." The figure's form rippled like smoke, his shadowed body twisting into something even darker. The forest was never meant to be whole. It was never meant to be balanced. The words came out in a low hiss, as though they were being dragged from the depths of some unspeakable abyss. Life and death, light and darkness, they cannot coexist forever. You must understand, Luna, you cannot stop what is coming. You are the balance, but there are forces beyond your control, beyond even your understanding. The ground trembled beneath her once again. Luna's wings trembled as the weight of the figure's words pressed into her mind. Her chest constricted as a wave of dread washed over her. She had fought so hard to keep the balance, to protect the forest. But now it felt as though it were slipping from her grasp. The figure moved closer, his presence suffocating. The roots are waking, Luna. The darkness is rising and there is no escaping it. The cycle will continue. You will not be able to save your precious forest this time. No, Luna gasped, the words slipping from her lips before she could stop it. Her eyes darted to the roots beneath her, which had begun to writhe again, twitching as though something stirred deep within the earth. The figure smiled, a cruel, cold smile. I will not allow you to keep the balance forever. The forest needs to die so it can be reborn. There is no other way. Luna stepped forward, her wings spread wide, defiance flickering in her chest. You cannot have it. Not yet. The forest still has a chance. I still have a chance. But Noctis's shadowy form simply stood there, a dark and oppressive force. His presence pressed down on her like the weight of an entire world, and with every breath, Luna could feel herself growing weaker. The whispering from the roots grew louder, more urgent, until it was a cacophony in her mind. The earth beneath her feet cracked, and she could feel the pull of the shadows reaching up, curling around her legs, trying to drag her down. You do not have the strength to stand against it, Luna. The figure taunted, its voice now vibrating. With power. The forest is dying, and with it you will die too. Luna's wings flared, her heart pounding in her chest. No, she whispered, her voice a hoarse plea. I won't give in. The ground shook violently now, and Luna had to fight to keep her footing. The darkness spread outward like an oil spill, flowing through the earth, the roots taking everything with it. And just as she was about to be swallowed by it, the figure spoke one final damning word: choose. In that moment, Luna understood. She could no longer be both. She could no longer walk the line between light and darkness. She had to make a choice. The roots began to pull her downward, the shadows closing in from all sides. The forest, her home, her family, was slipping away, and as the darkness consumed her, Luna realized with a jolt that the choice she had been given was not one she could make alone. It was a choice that involved everything she had ever known. Luna stood in the center of the clearing, the weight of the forest pressing down on her from all sides. The roots around her twisted and writhed, the shadows growing darker, more suffocating. She could feel the pull of the abyss beneath her, the ever-present threat of the darkness she had fought so long to contain. But in that moment, she knew what she had to do. The choice wasn't just about balancing the light and the dark. It was about accepting them both as part of herself. The shadows had always been a part of her, just as the light had. The forest itself was a reflection of this duality, a constant ebb and flow of creation and destruction, life and death. She could no longer try to deny it. The whispers of the roots called to her, urging her to give in, to let the darkness consume her and the forest. But Luna stood tall, wings unfurled, heart steady with the knowledge she had gained through her struggles. She raised her head, eyes focused on the twisting shadows that surrounded her, and with a deep breath, she made her decision. The balance was not something to be fought. It was something to be embraced. With a powerful beat of her wings, Luna dove into the heart of the shadow, not to fight it, but to merge with it, to let the darkness and the light coalesce inside her. She allowed the shadows to surround her, but she did not let them consume her. Instead, she drew on the fire within, the fire that had always been a part of her, a beacon in the storm. As she flew through the dark, she felt the earth beneath her shift, the roots of the forest responding to her call. The forest was alive, not just in the light, but in the dark as well. The two forces were not enemies. They were the lifeblood of the forest, intertwined and inseparable. The darkness recoiled, not from her defiance, but from her acceptance. The roots quieted, the shadowed limbs curling back into the soil, the forest slowly coming to life once more. The cycle, Luna realized, was not something that could be defeated. It was something that could be guided. As the light began to break through the canopy above, Luna landed softly on the earth, her wings glowing with the quiet radiance of the dawn. The shadows had not been vanquished, but they had been tamed, balanced with the light she carried within her. The forest breathed with her, no longer choked by the weight of the darkness. The creatures of the woods stirred once more, their chattering and songs filling the air as they emerged from their hiding places. The trees stretched toward the sun, their leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. Luna had made her choice, to be the keeper, the guardian of the balance. She was not just a protector of the forest's light, but also its shadow. She had learned that true strength didn't come from vanquishing the darkness. It came from learning to live with it, to coexist with the fear, the grief, and the unknown, just as she had learned to live with the fire inside her. And as she watched the forest come alive once more, Luna knew that her journey was not over. It was a cycle, always turning, always evolving, but for the first time, she was no longer afraid of what the darkness might bring. It was part of the forest, and it was part of her. With her wings unfurled and her heart steady, Luna soared into the sky, ready to embrace whatever the next cycle would bring, knowing she had the strength to stand against it, balanced, whole, and at peace.